Yo, yo. Can you guys hear me okay? Breaker 19. What's up, Frank? What's up, Miss Thang, Marlo, Beach Fairy? What's up, Dave? Vanessa, hello. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Beach Fairy. Thank you, honey. Finchina, hello. Timmy, what's up? Jari, how you doing? CJK, what's up? Patricia Warner, Honeybee, good to see you. Mandy Ray, Olivia, Sally. What's going on, everybody? What's up, Bass Girl? Good to see you. Return the Diamonds. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing well. Bam. Sorry, I had to spit. That beat is from Audio Binger and it's called New Hope. Believe it or not, it's like one of those copyright free tracks. And Audio Binger's dope. For those of you that didn't know. So what's up, guys? Happy Friday. Hope you're buckled in. We got a nice long stream. Let's see. I pulled about 16 different news clips. Some of them are 2 minutes. A couple of them are over 6 minutes. One of them is including the RTV6 chopper footage. I think that one might even be like 29 minutes. So yeah, we got a nice long Friday stream. So it's good to see everybody. Hey, Jess. What's going on? What are you up to, Dave? Good to see you hanging out. Anthony France, what's up? Jack, what's up? Yeah, Gray does need one of these dope hats. He's a pretty good sleuth. Good. He's up there. Miss Kitty, what's going on? Sleuthlings, I like that. Sorry, I was just checking. I got a house full of girls and they all love Wi-Fi, so I'm trying to see. I just got a spike, so I was like, "What the hell?" Usually that means the Xbox is like updating or the PlayStation's updating or who knows. This is a house full of gamers. What's up, Charlie? Dwight? Yeah, today we're all going to just take a deep breath. We took a break from Delphi. I got through my Domino series. You know, all everything I learned about this case, and I know it's kind of strange um, how people get obsessed with the Delphi case. I mean, it's really weird. And it's okay to self-reflect, but truthfully, it's more of a case study, is what I'm learning. There's a lot of complex parts to this case. So it's the perfect case study for anybody who wants to basically try to identify catfishing, I guess, shortcomings from law enforcement. We heard Tobe a couple times say, "Oh, well, they don't write a handbook for this," but that's not true. They do write a handbook for it. I think the FBI actually did write a handbook on it. So just stuff like that. What's up, Jinx? Good to see you. Yeah, I was frozen. That's why I was like, "Hey, what's going on with the Wi-Fi?" But I could hear my daughter outside my door, so I just said, "Hey, will you go see what's going on with the Wi-Fi?" She's like, "Yeah, I'll go check. Seems to be better now." Hey, Paulie, McClellan should not be prosecuting. This would be his first murder trial and possible death penalty. Well, I think wasn't he voted? Our prosecutors voted in? You got to take that up with those voters. I think the same goes with the sheriff. Thanks, Frank. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. Don't be a scrub. To my Arizona my kinfolk. All right. Well, it looks like we're still working on it. Dwight West, hello. I really believe law enforcement has something big on Richard Allen. Uh, Definite smoking gun, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm wondering if it has to do with DNA or some things that were found at the crime scene. Miss Kitty says, don't forget that law enforcement can be involved. Mark my words, the tentacles run all the way to the group of pervs so massive it'll blow your mind. Well, I mean, it sounds good. But the truth is, all we have on that is that we know that there's been a lot of CSAM related arrests, and we know what was written in the Klein transcript. Huge pedal ring. But we can't let that get built up into our mind, because you still have some people that think, Doug Carter's involved or something, It's just strange. I'm not saying that it's not possible. We can talk about anything that's possible. We can talk about how this was an alien abduction. Is that possible? I mean, I guess. But it's not likely. Really, some big. I don't think they're done. Okay. So I reset everything, and it seems to be working smooth now. So yeah, you keep pushing that narrative tax cut. You might be right. But you got to back that up, man. Sounds good. Sounds like a great theory. Yep, you did lose me. I just reset it. That seems to work sometimes. No, I'm not saying that you're wrong or that it's impossible. But we need to work with what we have. And then we can kind of speculate from there. Oh, so you're trying to explain it away. Okay. Wes Richards. Still killing the girls after. Sorry. Yeah, Karen, this is going to be a great update. Miss Doglover, good to see you, saying, wondering if his wife will still stand by him if he's convicted. I don't know, but she's standing by him now. Leggett failed the polygraph when asked if he was competent. What polygraph? Uh, Danger Dave. Not sure. Dave. Does anybody believe DG knows more than people think? And that, I mean, it is possible. Yeah, I agree. But some people are just that way, you know what I mean? Charlie Murphy, if Richard Allen was sent to take pictures and they recognized him, I don't know. Jinx, Travis Evans, uncle of Shane Evans, former mayor of Delphi. He is serving a long sentence for essay of children. Yep, we covered Travis Evans on a couple live streams last year. They're pretty good. You should check them out. I think it was around the Lily Peters incident. Frank Meister, I spoke with Leggett a few times in regards to the whole JP thing. All right, let's get this started. We can have this conversation over this. And for those of you who are like, oh, not the RTV6 chopper footage, um, what we're doing today is I just gathered a whole lot of information from the point that the girls were found, from the point that they realized that they were dealing with a murder, and the believe it or not, the earliest reporting was the RTV6 chopper footage. So they were found at about 12:15. This is chopper footages between 12:30 and like 1:30 ish. And then and if you need to stop and go, or if anybody wants to call in, let me know. I'll share the link. Actually, let's do this. Let me go ahead and share that link now. Chat's kind of delayed, so if you have like a question or you pause anything, let me know. Just call right on. Just call right in. There it is. And we will be doing polls throughout the live stream. Like I said, um, we're going to be here for a while. So strap in. And sorry if there's some delays with the Wi-Fi. I got a full house here tonight. Dwight says, I believe the reason Richard Allen came forward is because one of the three girls said hello to him. In his mind, he might have thought she recognized him from his job at CBS. Everything that he's admitted to is pretty much every encounter he's had with a witness. So to me, you know what I mean? Like if he's smart enough to say, okay, this girl saw me, and possibly the lady. So what's up, nobody? RA is a crazy person. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's a crazy person. What makes him so crazy? All I know is they found a bullet, an unspent casing at the crime scene that they say scientifically can be matched to his gun. And then he also put himself there. And he gave the same description as basically the guy on the bridge guy. So he needs to explain how his bullet got there and why he was having an interaction with the girls on the bridge, telling them to go down the hill right before. Never talked about that. He never said, "Oh yeah, I had an interaction with these girls on the bridge, but I didn't kill him." Why didn't he come forward? HCC suggested that the girls may have been staged because they were looking for the bullet. I mean, it could be anytime you move the bodies after. I mean, it's considered staging. Could be. By definition, yeah. I don't think so. I don't agree with that. But by definition, yeah, that could be true. That's the Mears lot for anybody that doesn't know. Yeah, do you think that was smart tax cut? I think that was pretty smart that he came forward. That might be the entire reason that nobody even suspected him. If he wouldn't have come forward, he may have been found out a lot earlier. Because a lot of people came forward, you know. All right. Yeah. If you guys need a break at any point, let me know. We can take a break midpoint if you want to. Hopefully, this resolved all the issues. What else can I do? And every time I say, "Oh yeah, it's acting, it's moving very smoothly," boom, that's when it freezes. So I'm not going to say that. It'll jinx it. And it might be my green screen. I haven't used it in a while. Yeah, it definitely was a jinx, huh? But it seems pretty. I almost said it. I'm not going to say it. It's really strange, but it's happened twice already. Return the diamonds. I get that KK had a bad childhood. I'm sure some of us in here have been through trauma. But that is no excuse to harm, solicit underage kids, pure evil. Yeah, there's no excuse for it, but we always search for a motive. What could cause somebody to kill? And some people who may be suffering from some type of mental health issues, if you bully them, or and I'm not saying if you're bullied that gives you a right to go murder people. Right now I'm working on a live stream I'm putting together. Have you guys heard of the Facebook murders? Janelle Potter? Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna do like a members live stream on that. Since members is kind of like a paid membership, if we get hit with a copyright, who cares? It's already like kind of like it's monetized if you think about it. Beach Fairy, I think it's possible Libby dropped, hid her phone somewhere between filming BG and being led down the hill. RA may not have known she had it, or known it wasn't found. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I wonder if he could have been like, "Give me that," and then stop the video and then just throw it, you know? Because according to the affidavit, it stopped. Like that video stops right after guys down the hill. It's all CF Jinx 13. What's up, Miss Dog Lover? Miss Dog Lover, are you there? Here, let's see if we can get Miss Dog Lover on the microphone. Hello, hello. We cannot hear you, Miss Dog Lover, for whatever reason. You there? I'll let you keep trying. We'll continue on with the video. Yeah, I heard that. I also heard he didn't drive. Yeah, we do. It was 20 feet from where they were found. No, there's not more. Unless they're not being honest. There could be a trail cam that's not mentioned. It's very possible. Down the hill voice sounds exactly like Richard Allen to me. Yeah, it does. The guy's part, I'm not so sure. Regardless of what Doug Carter said, oh, this is one guy. This is one. There's been a million different things said. It's not my fault I was born on Friday the 13th. Mm-hmm. So you say. Yep, Frank, I rolled 3 up. I rolled 3 spliffs for this live stream, so it's going to be a long one. Considering the location of Libby's shoe and reports of clothing in the creek, I wonder if the killer had ordered the girls to undress and the phone was discarded then. In my opinion, killer wanted a sex act. I don't know. Maybe that was part of the staging. Make it look like they were in the water. We had the reports on the radio chatter. One guy was like, oh, they found him in the water. So they obviously tricked him. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Now we're running pretty good here. We're only 2 minutes behind on the actual chat. What's up, Jamie? Julia, Kagan searching Marathon gas station sticks out to me. If I'm in town I'm unfamiliar with and need gas, I'll search gas near me, not a specific one. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about that. Let's see when. I think maybe towards the end. What's up, Jamie? Good to see you. Quite a while ago, another channel had some information about a man supposedly caught on video leaving the trails on a bicycle. Yep, I heard those rumors too, but I think that had a lot to do with Brad Heath and what he might have seen. But now we know what he's seen. Leighton Welsher, hello. Almost like the prosecutor has an ace card up their sleeves. Well, discovery is happening right now, so we're going to find out. If they do, the defense will change their strategy, in my opinion, and we will see the next domino fall. Frank says, I was informed today that alleged photos of the girl at crime scene are going to be dropped in February. That pickup truck in the cemetery has always haunted me. I think it's related. It could be. That's a whole PB connection. Could be a smart searcher or a dumb killer. What will it be? What's up, Danita? So it looks like we're about halfway through, well, almost halfway through the RTV6 chopper footage. And then we got a ton of media clips to go through. Hold on one second. I think we got Dog Lover back. Miss Dog Lover, you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Oh, wow, amazing. Yeah, good. How are you?
Good, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's gone 3 o'clock in the morning here, so a bit tired.
Well, good
Had
morning.
a few glasses of wine, so excuse me if I don't sound like I'm talking any sense. I just wanted to call in and say hi.
Yes, I'm glad you called in. I don't know what happened earlier. I tried to get you on, but
No, I don't know. Yeah, sorry about that.
so what is going on with you? What's on your mind?
So I just find it really difficult to understand how Richard Allen could actually plead innocent to this, as he put himself at the scene wearing the same clothes as BG, and allegedly they found those clothes or some of the clothes at his home as well. It's just
That I don't know.
he's put himself at the scene. I don't know
Yes.
what his defense will be.
Well, that is his defense. I mean, they're accusing him of being at the trail, but he's admitted that from the beginning.
It just seems a bit odd to actually admit that you were at the scene.
But he was. But the thing is if he being at the scene, I think his defense will be this. Yes, I was there, but that doesn't make me the killer.
I don't know. What was he doing there though?
He
Watching
never tried to
fish.
hide it. Not only did he come forward early on in the case, but he maintained the same story when he came forward in the end of last year.
Yeah. The thing is, if they find DNA on his clothes that were found at his home, he's done for, isn't he?
Oh yeah, whatever they found at the house during that search, they didn't include any of that in the probable cause.
No, exactly. I think they've got a lot more than they've actually said in the probable cause. So, yeah.
I think so
Fingers
too.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, we know that the discovery and all that's taking place right now, and things are being extended because they're still kind of learning about the case. The defense is learning, and I think once if there is anything, and I'm not sure, I'm not 100%, but if there is, and they find out about that, they may advise their client like, hey, if you know anything, you might need to start talking.
Definitely, yeah, that's what I've been thinking. If he knows more about it and if there is someone else involved, it would be within his interest to start talking if he wants to avoid the death penalty.
And I think the same for Kagan Klein. I still think that he's going to get charged with something relating to the Delphi case. Not yet, though.
Yeah, I think he knows stuff, but I don't know what his involvement is.
And I think there was some new filings, something relating to confidential, but that just might be part of the gag order or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But another thing I was thinking, I wonder if his wife will stick by him if he is convicted. Because she's standing by him now. She's probably in denial.
Well, there could be something else going on. He might be taking the blame for somebody. I had this weird feeling about some kind of mean teen situation early on. So maybe he's taking the blame for somebody, a family member or something, and he's just like, yeah, I was there. And really not saying too much. I'm just saying there could be something very strange going on that we don't know about yet. What would explain him coming forward and then also actually being the guy on the bridge? What did they have an interaction? Did he actually admit to having an interaction, but they're just withholding that information to the public?
When was it that he came forward?
That same day, according to an article that I have here. In this article, they say our police source told us Rich Allen came forward that very day saying that, like, hey, I know these girls are missing, and I was there. I saw, and this is what I seen. And they were like, okay, well, if we need anything, we'll reach back out to you. And they actually looked at his phone and they took some specific information from him, but they never followed up. But according to this article, it was the same day before the bodies were found.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? I mean, this is the first case that actually interested me and brought me into true crime. I mean, it's just been everywhere. I think I actually remember when it happened. I must have seen it somewhere in the UK. I mean, you know, cases like this and Idaho are over the news in the UK. And yeah, it's just bizarre, isn't it?
Well, very bizarre. I mean, even that Idaho case, it becomes more complex the more we learn about it. We got this crazy guy, and it kind of gives us a preview into the psyche of like somebody who is really, really a psychopath. They start to plot and they start to fantasize, and then they kind of push themselves to the edge to act on their fantasies. It's completely like bizarre.
Yeah. And, you know, people think it just happens in America, but unfortunately, we have some terrible cases over here in the UK as well that people just don't hear about. Yeah. I think just because America's a bigger country, I think
Well,
there's a
we're more
bigger
of
pool
a
of maniacs.
well, we're more of a pop culture type place. We bring more attention, but it's happening everywhere. It's happening in the UK. I've
Yeah.
covered a lot of cases, a lot of serial killers in the UK as well.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
some of the most notorious CSAM child predators are from the
Yeah.
UK.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we have police officers that are predators as well. That's in the news at the moment.
Yikes.
And yeah, there was a very famous case of Sarah Everard here in the UK, who at the height of the pandemic was stopped by a Met police officer, and I think she was probably told that she was disobeying some of the rules of the lockdown, and was falsely arrested, put in the car, and then driven off by this guy who was actually an acting police officer, and murdered. So
Yikes.
yeah, so we've got major problems here in the UK at the moment with the Met Police, generally, not just the Met Police, the police all over the country. So it's like, who do you trust, really?
You trust no one. You be
Scary.
somebody that can be trusted.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you can do, in my opinion.
I don't trust anyone ever. I know it
Nope.
sounds bad, but you know, when I was younger,
You shouldn't.
I had issues. I had to give evidence in the Old Bailey, which is like the court in London, which is reserved for the most violent of cases, because my friend had been, I don't know if I can say on here, but something very bad happened to her, and I was the last person to see her before it happened. She was okay in the end. I say okay, but she survived it. And
Good.
ever since then, I'm just like, no, I don't trust anyone. I'm very, very streetwise.
Yeah, no, you don't want to become a statistic.
No.
Because sometimes it's just random. Not always, but a lot of times, even when it's targeted, it's like a random target. You know, it's just you happen to bump into somebody and they become obsessed with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Obviously, you don't want to go through your whole life living in fear, but you need to be streetwise and you need to keep your eyes open. Hello?
Did I lose you, Miss Dog Lover?
Sorry, yeah, I think, yeah. Can you hear
You
me?
said, yeah, I think the last thing you said was, but we do need to be streetwise.
Yeah. So I'm very streetwise, and you just need to keep your eyes open, but not live in fear your whole life, because that's no kind of life, is it? But just,
No.
just
Well, I
just
think
be
a little bit of
streetwise.
fear is okay. I think a little bit of fear is okay. I think it keeps you sharp, but you don't want anything to overwhelm you.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, anyway, that's all I was going to say. What are your personal opinions on Richard Allen, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not 100% yet. I think he might be part of a bigger picture. This crime just seems like it took took a few more people to get the job done, and I just feel like there's missing pieces. And with all those missing pieces and this long missing time that we have, there could have been a lot that went on that we have no clue about. So I think that he's involved. I think that he could very well be the bridge guy, but he may not have been the physical attacker, or he could have just been half of the physical. One person could have been attacking one person, and the other person could have been attacking the other victim. They said that the wounds were different. What he was doing with Abby, I'm assuming those were direct impact, clean precision attacks, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they said about Idaho as well,
Attackers.
wasn't it? That, sorry,
Mhm.
yeah, you're cutting out a bit. But that's what they said about Idaho, that the wounds were different. So yeah, it could have been targeted, possibly.
But but it doesn't seem like that anymore,
huh? With Delphi.
With Idaho.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that whole thing, from what I've seen, well, from what I've read, is absolutely horrendous. That they were all like, yeah, I won't say.
We have another person calling in. Give me a second here. Let me bring him on.
Cool, no worries.
Hi, Anthony. Is that you?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you doing, Anthony?
I'm doing well.
Good to see you. What's on your mind?
I, I, I just had a couple questions for you. Did you have?
Sure.
And I don't even know, this is probably not even related. I tried to look up on it a little bit more to see like what kind of test lab it was or whatever. But did you see where that girl burnt down that test lab in Kokomo about 4 or 5 days ago?
No, I didn't catch that.
Well, she worked there. She was an
Really?
employee, but I don't know what kind of test lab it was. But as soon as I saw it, I immediately thought of this case because I live in Indiana, so I see a lot of the news feeds that come out from out here. But yeah, she supposedly she was embezzling some money or stole some money or something and burnt the place down. But I couldn't ever find out what kind of test lab that it was. But it just kind of got me thinking to myself. I mean, there's just, man, out there in Kokomo, it just seems like there's so much
On the
corrupt
side of the
stuff.
it's the corruption.
Yes. And it couldn't even, it might not even be tied to this or anything like that. But man, the first
Covering
thing
up
I
the
thought
case.
about was this case. Because they always say the Kokomo crew or whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know about the Kokomo crew, but it seems like we're just trying to figure out the motive right now, and I think that's where the Kokomo crew would fit in. But a lot of that has to do with the revenge and all that motive, and based on rumors. And I don't see any connection with Richard Allen and anybody other than a very loose connection with parts of the family, and that's just from bouncing by the local watering holes.
And what do you think about that judge that was involved with that? Well, supposedly, it's not. I don't know if it's fact or not, but I'm sure you've seen the videos of her.
Are you talking
Where
about
she,
Judge Fouts?
yes.
I really don't have an opinion on that. I don't know. I just don't see the connection, honestly. I mean, it points to the corruption, but I mean,
Wasn't he the original judge on the case, though?
I'm not sure, honestly.
See, I thought he was the original judge, and like as soon as that stuff came out, he stepped down, like
Well,
immediately.
he was a judge related to Garrett Kurtz. I know that. But I don't know if there was a big outrage about that. I don't remember any of that. I'm not close enough to Indiana to know exactly what outrage. I know what was on YouTube.
Well, he stepped down pretty much the same day all that stuff came out. Like he didn't even try to,
He's like,
plead
"Up,
for
I'm caught. I'm
innocence.
out." He's like, "All
Yeah,
right, you got me. I'm done."
basically. That's basically
Hmm.
exactly what he did. And I mean, it just seems like it's just amazing to me that all this stuff goes on in these little towns, and like I don't know, man. And it's like it all gets swept under the rug and it kind of gets kept secretive. I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean,
If that was in Marion County in Indianapolis, I mean, that'd be like headline news, man. Like everybody know about it. They would
it's a
talk
big
about it.
city. It's a big city,
Yeah,
though.
exactly. And that's kind of where I'm going with the conversation, that it just seems like there's a lot of stuff that kind of gets swept under the rug that nobody wants to talk about.
Well, just think if you and I, we became representatives of some small town, eventually we're going to start seeing like, hey, like nobody's really paying attention to what we're doing. And if you're easily corruptible, slowly you're going to, take that slow going to inch across that thin gray line. Eventually you're going to cross that line and you're just going to be completely corrupt.
Yeah.
If
And
if if you so choose to.
another thing I was thinking about this morning was if I keep thinking about that muddy and bloody walking down the road. And it's so hard for me to believe that. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. But man, if you see somebody walking down the road and they look all muddy and bloody, it seems like to me you would call the police.
I just don't think so. You got to remember hindsight's 2020. Where I come from, you get muddy and bloody with your best friend, your brother, sometimes.
Can I just come in on that? If that was the case, that he left the scene muddy and bloody, then he must have changed in his car. So presumably there would be DNA in his car. Did he still have the car?
That's a good
when
point.
he was
Yeah.
arrested?
I think they actually took it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They did. And I've always said it was always strange to me. They knew, they had to have known that he was driving that vehicle. They have two vehicles. They have a van, and then they had his car. They never ever took
They had
the van.
they had a Ford 500 too.
Oh, he had a truck as well?
No, it's a car.
But they had a
Chrysler.
minivan.
Sorry,
They
Chrysler
had a
500.
minivan. They had a minivan though, right?
I don't know of a
Wasn't
minivan.
they sitting out in the minivan when they were searching his home for like 7 hours?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have those images. Let me see. Yeah, I believe they did have a minivan. You're right.
Well, she drove away in that minivan. And if you remember, that cop showed up, or FBI agent, with another search warrant. And then that's when they took his car. So all I'm saying is people say, well, that was his wife's car. Why would they do that? Well, don't you ever, like, I've never been married, but I mean, if you're married, sometimes you might say, hey, honey, go ahead and take my car. I'm going to take your car and go get the oil changed or whatever. They didn't take that van. They let her drive away. So they had to have known that his car was in.
I don't know if they let her drive away. I know she left.
All right. Well, they didn't have a search warrant for her vehicle if she drove away.
Here it is. Let me pull these up real quick. I'm going to share my screen just so everybody knows what we're talking about.
I hate that I can't see the chat.
You should be able to see the chat. But
I can't see the chat either on StreamYard.
You should be able to, you guys.
I hate that.
If you search around, you can find it. It's there.
Okay. No. Oh.
You just got to look.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Comments. Yeah, got it.
There you go.
Oh, it's under comments because I hit chat and it says chat with everyone in the studio.
Or what you can do is pull up are you on your phones or are you on a computer?
No, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, you can pull up chat on your phone too.
I got it, I think.
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you for.
Do you see the private chat?
The one that pops up on the screen?
No.
I can't see them both at the same time.
Yeah, no, so I've got chat, I've got private chat, and then I've got comments as well. So,
yeah, private chat is just for us. Nobody else can see it. It'll just be us three.
I'm actually not looking at comments because people are probably thinking, who's this crazy English woman?
I'm pretty sure they know who you are, Miss Dog Lover and Anthony France.
Yeah. They probably think I'm nuts too. Hey, this case will make you that way. I've been following it for years, man. It's consumed me.
Imagine how bizarre it is for the family to see like all these people just so interested in the case.
Yeah, and
bizarre
man,
for them.
I'll never ever try to say anything bad about that, or bring that stuff up because that's, I could only imagine what they go through. And on top of that,
you're right. Look, the van's gone.
Yeah, she drove away. I told you that.
Wait, what's that?
She drove away and left him there.
Yeah, he's like sitting in there, and he's got the door open, and it does appear
that he's explaining.
Yeah, he's gone. Look, you can see.
I would have loved. Do you think the sleep?
Lost you, Anthony.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Could you imagine what the conversation was like in that vehicle? I wonder if the cops, because I know they have like devices, listening devices. It don't even have to be like right in the vehicle. But do you think maybe they did that?
No. The thing I've learned throughout this whole process and kind of looking into the Delphi case is that we give law enforcement about probably 85% too much credit.
So you don't think they were smart enough to do that?
No. It's not that they're not smart enough. It's just that you got to prove the technology is calibrated. They're dealing with like a lot of confinements, a lot of bureaucratic like red tape kind of stuff. So they're not like some kind of free they're not like a CIA agent where they're like, tapping everybody. They're probably just as shocked as we are that, that they're even there. They're like, what the hell? Now we got to do our best. not to contaminate this damn crime scene.
They've definitely got the capability, and if it was Idaho, I'd say yeah, they probably would. But with Delphi, yeah, not that.
Yeah, the one thing that we're gonna learn today when we play all these videos here in a moment, and I'm gonna kick you guys off the chat. I'm gonna invite you back on here in just a little while, because we're gonna play some videos. But one thing we're gonna learn is a lot of law enforcement, what they say. Oh, this is new for us. You know, bear with us. Like, we're new to this. This is something new for us. To me, that wouldn't be very comforting. You know, as a victim of this type of crime, that wouldn't be something I would want to hear, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I just figured they would have done that. I mean, if I was there and the FBI was involved and I knew I was getting ready to search somebody's house and you're going to make them wait outside, I'm going to ask them. I mean, it's probably not even if you can't use it in court. I mean, at least they know what the conversation was and what he said. He's got a lot of explaining to do to his wife while those cops are there searching their house.
Yeah, it's true. And unless she already knew, unless she's like, okay, this is the day we've been praying about. This is the day we've been talking about. Let's, stick to the story, do this, do that. Or he could have just been like, shit, like, he could be playing her too. Like, he could be just telling himself, stick to the story. And when they find all this stuff, I'll have an explanation for it.
Well, maybe she's playing. Well, maybe she's playing him, and she's the one that turned him in.
Yeah,
but she still loves him. That's her husband, her kids' dad. You know,
it would be his fault. It could be like, I still love you, but I got to turn you in. Like, I'll be here for you while you're in prison, but I can't just not turn you in.
This for me goes back to Doug Carter saying at one of the press conferences, it's likely that you've told someone what you've done or someone knows. So who is he referring to?
Yeah, it's like he's pleading with maybe a family or friend of the perpetrator.
Thank you, Indy Payne. I appreciate that. I try to.
I would hope that his wife wouldn't, or anyone in the family wouldn't be involved in it. But you don't know. And I don't want to bring the family into it because they're not the ones on trial.
And I don't either. I'm not blaming his wife or anything like that, or say she's involved.
It's just so hard. It's hard because what all law enforcement were saying, hey, if you know anything, if you recognize this voice, if anybody recognizes this person, it could be your father, it could be this. They just for years and years and years are like, do you guys recognize this guy? Take a moment, take a Libby minute and look at this look at this photo. Remember that? Take a Libby minute, look at this photo, listen to this voice, and think about, is this now? Come on now. Do you think that they didn't look at that and listen to the voice and say, hey, that might be this guy?
Well, even the guy that owned that case, JC's bar, said that they used to talk about the case all the time, and about how they were so sorry for the family and whatnot. I mean, so he was aware. It's not like the guy wasn't aware of the press conferences and what's going on. He was evidently involved in what was going on, like with the community and the girls. It's not like he didn't know what was going on.
And it seems like he did change his appearance.
Yeah, and everybody always said, "Oh, he never wore jeans." And I used to see that on YouTube all the time, and I'm like, "How the hell do you know? You ain't around this guy 24/7. You don't know if he wears jeans or." You know what I'm saying? But you know what? When they put that video on there, what was he wearing?
Jeans.
Thank 100%. You. And I'm not the type to go on people's shows and say, hey, you were wrong, blah, 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 blah. But man, I wanted to so bad.
So
I
you're
always
not
thought,
you're not one of those obsessive compulsive people?
so I'm obsessed with this case, but I'm not that type of person that's going to go on people's channels and start saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
you're
I'm on
wrong."
the
Look.
obsessed side, just not the compulsive side either. I'm
Yeah,
right there
you know
with
what
you.
I mean. I'm just not
Yeah.
that guy. But
Mhm.
I'm telling you, man. I always thought to myself, I'm like, how the hell do you know what the guy wears day to day? You don't even live out there. You ain't around him. You're just seeing stuff you're seeing a few pictures,
And he could have been
scattered
planning this
throughout
shit. So you're not gonna
through
wear
four
what you
years.
normally wear if you're planning something.
Well, yeah, I mean, the guy's going to try to disguise himself a little bit, I'm sure. That's
Well, his
why he had
face
the
was
hoodie
covered.
on.
Nah, he was completely in disguise. I think this was premeditated.
Oh, man, Sleuth, we both know it was. Come on, man.
But
We
why
talked about
and
this.
why did they plan it? It seems like they
I just
planned it
want
for
to
a
know
couple weeks.
what was his motive and why was he there?
We're going to talk about that tonight. But right now, guys, I'm going to give you the boot. Can I invite you back on? Are you guys going to hang
Yeah.
out or?
Cool,
Yep.
yeah, absolutely. No problem at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you the cue when I want to bring you guys back on, and if you want to, give me a holler.
Sounds good, man.
All right. Thanks for the call,
All right,
and we're going to
thanks,
continue
Sleuth.
on. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right. So we do have a lot to go through, and at a different parts of the live stream, we'll go ahead and open it up for calls again. The RTV6 footage is just perfect for that because there's no audio. Okay. So this one is from February 15th, 2017, WTHR 13, titled Delphi Girls Murdered.
In custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track them down.
That's state police talking about the fear and concern in a small town community after they announced that 2 missing girls were in fact victims of murder.
Investigators solemnly identified the 2 bodies found in Carroll County as 13-year-olds Libby German and Abby Williams. Now, we still don't know what happened to them after they disappeared during an afternoon hiking trip.
Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk begins our team coverage tonight, first with an update on the investigation. Rich?
Anne Marie, the autopsies confirmed identities, but how these children were killed, the circumstances surrounding their death, police aren't talking about that. They say they don't want to say anything that could jeopardize this double homicide investigation. For the second day, local, state, and federal investigators scoured over the crime scene. Early afternoon, divers joined the search for clues that could lead detectives to the girl's killer. The autopsies confirmed what everyone, including the teens' families, suspected and feared.
I think they were in pretty much belief that it was their children. But when you hear it from an official, it's still a little still it hits home twice.
One of the hundreds of volunteer searchers found the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams in a wooded area near Deer Creek. It is an area accessible only by foot or on horse. Well off the popular trails the 13-year-olds were hiking. Dozens of police are now checking hundreds of leads.
We are using resources from all the way from Lowell, Fort Wayne, and the southern part of the state's police, state troopers. We will stay on the job until it is done.
Police say they have no suspects or persons of interest. They're asking anyone who was in the hiking area who saw something or heard something or took any pictures, contact them.
Should people in this community be concerned about someone running around targeting kids?
My response is no. I feel safe for this community.
Libby and Abby, teens teachers describe as happy and go lucky, attended Delphi's middle school. Crisis teams were ready for students and teachers when they arrived at all the district schools.
They're just asking those questions right now of, oh my gosh, it hit me, and somebody's there for them.
The double homicide has prompted one of the largest investigations some officers say they've ever been part of.
So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track them down.
Also, police say there is someone out there who probably saw something, was on the trails, was driving that part of the country just east of Delphi. They may have seen someone, they may have seen a car that perhaps looked out of place, and that's why police want that person to call them. Back to you.
So from day one, they're asking, like, who's this guy? What is my hat like tilted? Dave says, I also wouldn't be surprised if Richard Allen gets tied to another crime. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't doubt it if they've already attached this crime to another crime and they haven't said anything. It's a good question, honey. Why would he say that? How far away did Abby live from Richard Allen? Maybe she was the target. Yeah, it's very possible she lived very close. I did. This is going to be, I saved this for the Riley Park. We'll talk about that actually. We're going to get into that. I actually, I put some little things here and there for us to kind of stop the video and kind of hang out and discuss. So there's going to be probably about 4 different times we do that. Jay Turner, hello. Good to see you. How long does it take to walk from the bridge where the girls were to down the hill? The news presenter said it was well off the trail. Out from the bridge where the girls were. I'm not sure I understand the question, Beach Fairy. How long does it take to walk from the bridge where the girls were to down the hill? I'm confused by the question, sorry. Hey, what's up, Eric? I mean, I'm sure some people do wake up and say that. I just don't think that that's what was going on here. That's my understanding. Okay, so we are pretty much caught up. Let's jump to the next one.
Discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to 2 young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it yet. It's so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think that he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieved for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills. It's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The Sheriff's Department says the trail photos of a man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guy.
See, he's Richard Allen's going to have to explain. He's going to have to explain why he didn't come forward at this point in time. When they said, okay, if that's you, we're not calling you a suspect. We just want to ask you what you saw. So he's going to have to say why he didn't come forward. Even if he did already come forward, that's you. Why didn't you come forward? Simple.
Guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody will be. They'll
son-
be very vigilant now, from here on out, when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now, here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day, or you know anything that could help solve this case.
But he already identified himself. So weird. Telling you guys, most bizarre case. Like, yeah, you might be obsessed with it, but it's very strange. Miss Doglover?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Sorry, I
Hi.
forgot to ask you what you thought about. I've heard rumours that Richard Allen's wife was away at the time when it happened.
I've heard those rumors. I've heard those same rumors, yeah. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. But in terms of Ron Logan, yeah, he's got a dodgy past. But I just wonder if someone's using him as a scapegoat.
No, I don't think anybody was thinking about Ron Logan in the planning of this murder, honestly. I think if anything, they may have known, do you know the Webbers on the South End?
Yeah.
I think they may have known them, and I think they may have known that they were snowbirds. And over here in Arizona, where I am during the time, they actually had FBI, from what I understand, pull them for several hours here in Arizona.
Okay. But also, there were quite a few people on the bridge that day, from what I can see. It just seems like a really risky thing to do, to try to abduct two young girls when there are loads of people around.
Well, it depends what's motivating you.
Well, that's true, yeah. But I can't put my thoughts inside the mind of a psychopath. That's the thing, isn't it? Most of us can't.
You
I
can
wouldn't
try.
want to.
That's going to be the only way you're going to figure this one out.
Yeah. But I don't know. The other thing that I was thinking is, I don't know why, but from day one, I've always thought that they were ambushed from behind. I think whoever bridge guy was used to round them up, and there were people down the hill.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. Whether they were being, I guess, sheepdogged towards possibly the cemetery. I mean, what's down the hill? Are they trying to get him across the creek and towards the cemetery, or are they trying to get him to a vehicle that's in the private drive?
Yeah.
I mean, can we agree? Can we agree that there's more than one person involved? You think? I mean, we don't know,
Yeah.
but I mean,
I think so. Yeah.
Me too.
Got to be.
Hey, Anthony.
What's up?
You got something to add?
I'm still on the muddy and bloody thing, man. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do you see
think
something?
Are you saying that you think that could be like a false witness?
Man, I'm just thinking if I lived in a little small town like that where there's only like 3,000 people and I see some guy walking down the street and I can see that he's muddy and bloody, man, it's just gonna seem weird to me.
Not to me, man. I don't
I
know
mean,
why, but I just grew up rough, and I know how these small towns. I remember I used to go back to the town where part of my family's from when I was young, and I would just visit for 2 or 3 days. But every time I went down there, I got into a fight. I got my nose bloody, the black eye, you know.
no, I get that, but I mean, it's not like they're out in the bars, and they're right off of where
Small town.
the only people that even know that that's there. That's where people are mistaken. They think this is a big national park, and it's huge, and it's not. It's like a little secured area where
Well, let's
there's
start
like,
here. Let's try this first. Okay. Let's imagine that the murder never happened, right?
okay,
It never took place. It was never reported. That's not why we're here today. And all of a sudden, down that road comes a muddy and bloody. Let's even say it's Richard Allen. We don't know. Could be. Let's say Richard Allen comes walking down that road, muddy and bloody. There's no murder. We see the muddy and bloody guy, and then life goes on. The only reason it matters now is because 2 girls were murdered right there.
I agree.
Can I just come in on that? I was just thinking because what the neighbours were saying about when the actual the search was taking place, they were watching. It's a very small neighbourhood. Wouldn't they have seen someone coming back to the house muddy and bloody?
At which house?
Back to his house. If he came from the scene and
he lived
was
on the
covered in
corner.
blood.
Maybe he
lived
didn't go
on the
home.
corner.
Maybe that's why they were searching in the Wabash River, because he didn't go home. He went to Peru with the other half.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up something. Maybe it's a touchy subject, but you put the photos out there, so evidently you're not too opposed to talking about it. But man, how did the clothes and all that get right there? I mean, are you having them strip right there in the next to the creek?
Well, yeah, there could have been either an attack. Well, everybody says let's look at it from a one attacker point of view for now. Okay, Richard Allen, he could have hurt one of the victims there, the lighter one there, scaring one of the victims to undress right then and there. But then at one point, seeing that he's taking it way too far and that her friend may be very, very, very hurt, she tried to run. So maybe he only had to carry one of the girls over that creek because he chased one of them over already.
Yeah, see, that's where I go back to the screaming thing and
Nobody
the yell.
screamed. The Ron Logan affidavit says there wasn't a fight or a struggle. So to me, that makes me think maybe they were taken somewhere else and brought back.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like if there wasn't a fight or a struggle, then how did those clothes end up there? Because there had to have been some kind of struggle. Pardon?
Staging. Well, the affidavit also states that there was staging and there were signatures left.
So you're saying you think that he put those clothes there after the fact?
Well, we also hear that the staging and the signatures were non-secular, so that might not be included. I don't know.
But I'm just asking, like, is that what your
Yeah.
thoughts are? Maybe.
I'm thinking it could be part of the staging. If they did bring him back after the fact, maybe through the cemetery, or maybe that's where the other perpetrator was hiding at the cemetery, and maybe after they placed the bodies back there, they went and just kind of threw the clothes out there, and that's why law enforcement was saying, it was a strange crime scene.
All right, man. I'm gonna pick your brain for a second. So you think that they brought him back later in the evening?
They could have. I think they could have. I think that they may not have ever even crossed the creek.
So you think that they took off on the private drive?
I think so. I think that it's possible. I think it's possible that they were taken. Maybe they ran to the creek, and that's where they were abducted and taken and then brought back. Maybe I'm not even sure. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if maybe they even planned to take him through the cemetery, to kidnap him through the cemetery, force him through the creek, and then up through the back end of the cemetery.
Man, that's a reach, man.
It's a reach, but if you think about it, if you're going to kidnap somebody, that's a way
No
to
reason
do
why.
it.
The only reason why I say that, Sleuth, is like you got all these people out there looking for these girls,
Not
and
at
you're
that
gonna
time. Remember, he was muddy and bloody a few minutes before 4:00, right?
Oh, so you're saying that you think that he brought him right back?
Yeah, within that hour and 45 minutes. Remember, there's an hour and 45 minutes of time between the muddy and bloody guy and when he approaches them on the bridge. That's almost 2 hours of time.
So the only reason why you would take these girls out of there is to do pretty much one of two things. I mean,
Whatever your
spring
motive
legal-
was, I think it plays to the motive. The film, it could have been authentic filming. It could have been CSAM. It could have been some kind of
Right.
torture. It could, whatever these sickos
Okay.
wanted, whatever the
Respectfully, I
sickos,
completely
yeah,
disagree with you.
But he did not kill them. He did not kill them before they went back.
could have been, no, they could have killed him right when they got back, right when they brought him back to that location.
Yeah,
I
because
don't-
there's
I
no
don't-
way, man.
Yeah, I actually don't agree with that they were taken away from the scene.
And they may not have been.
Just in my opinion. It's too risky. Again, I'm not a
I think that
psychopath.
too.
I can't put my head in the mind of a psychopath, but yeah.
I mean, her phone.
You want to get out there as soon as possible, presumably.
Well, then why was he there for an hour and 45 minutes?
Libby's phone was ringing though, right? When they was calling her.
Yeah, you would think that a killer would go out there, commit the murders, and be out of there. He confronted them by 2:15. That means he would have been across the creek, and committed the murders by 2:45, and out on that street no later than 3 p.m. But he wasn't. He was out on the street closer to 4. What was he doing? Was he looking for his bullet?
Yeah, man. I mean, they said her dad was out there at 3:30.
3:11.
Okay, 3:11. The snapshots on the bridge were 2:17, right?
And you got to remember the reason, and I think you brought this up. You were asking what I thought about him and why he didn't come forward. The reason he hasn't come forward is because he was there. Imagine a father. You're right there. Your only job in this world is to protect your kids and your wife, right? With your life, if you have to.
Yeah.
He's in position to do that, and he's helpless. He's tortured daily from that. I guarantee it.
No, I'm not saying he was involved. No, what I'm trying to say is like you're telling me that he was out there at 3:00. So
about 3:11, I think he went to Frankfurt took some photos. So he had every reason to go over the Wilson Bridge. My only question is, why at the very same time that he's going to Frankfurt to take photos, which is 1:30, why is this Richard Allen character coming to come kill his daughter right after? And in Keegan Kline's interview transcript, they ask him like, "Hey, did you just happen to mention, and tell somebody like, hey, I was supposed to meet these girls over at the bridge, or and I'm not going to meet them." And then they went and they met the girls. So is that possibly something that happened with Derek? Was on his way out, to go take these photos, did he run into somebody and say, "Oh, well, I got to go take these photos, and then I'm going to come pick up my daughter from the bridge." Instead of Keegan mentioning that to somebody, why couldn't it be Derek or somebody else saying something like that? And then whoever he mentioned that to, they went and beat him to it, knowing that he's going to be over here for an hour and a half. Well, I'm going to go over here.
Sorry, I'm just a bit ignorant on this. What do you think the connection is with Derek and the
I think
crime?
I think the only connection I think is kind of what they were saying with Keegan Kline, like, "Hey, did you mention it that you were going to go, pick up the girls or go meet the girls?" So instead of him catfishing, let's remove Keegan Kline and let's add Derek to the equation and say Derek was maybe bumped into somebody on his way to go do his whatever his task was that day that he was planning on going and doing, and he just happened to mention, "When I'm done doing this, I'm going to go pick up my daughter. They're over there hiking at the High Bridge." So knowing that he's going to be in, is it Frankfurt? I can't remember. Somewhere in Indiana. It's about a 30-minute drive. So if he's going to be gone for 30 minutes and then it's going to take 30 minutes to get back, that's a whole hour. So if he's out of the picture for an hour, if somebody wanted to hurt these girls, that, and the only person that's really going to be there to do anything about it is out of town.
That's a heck of a theory.
Just a thought.
Yeah. I get those thoughts all the time, man. But I'm still going to go back to the only reason why I even brought him up is because if he was there, I mean, he's there at 311. He's looking for the girls. He's starting to call people. They're not here, blah, blah, blah. Some guy's just going to drive back up and drop these girls off when there's already people already looking for him. I mean,
think about this right at that same time. Let's say he is there, Libby's dad, at 311, right? Let's even say 3:30. Let's even make it 3:30. He's there on the trails. Well, according to the timeline, that means that Richard Allen would have been still committing the murders at that very moment, just a stone's throw away. So why is what you're saying so far-fetched?
But there's no screaming and no yelling or no nothing. Man, I can't get that.
Well, if it's premeditated, maybe you would think about that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how sophisticated these killers are. I don't know what part Richard Allen played. It seems there's so many moving parts. It seems like a monster robot was built, and Keegan Kline was like one part of it. Richard Allen's a part, and there's just these other parts that we don't know about yet. And I think one of those parts might even play into the whole corruption that we're all sensing.
Yeah, I mean, the rule is, isn't it, that it's usually the person closest to you and the person you last saw that did the crime. And I think that people have taken it too literally. And that's why family members are now suspected over things.
Always. That's the first thing they investigate.
Well, don't Richard Allen have any...
Absolutely, but yeah, it's just, for me, I think people have taken it too literally, and they always suspect, like with Idaho.
Well, you should, because when you commit a murder, it's usually because you're coveting, you're obsessing. That's what it seems like what may have happened even in Idaho. He found these targets and he began obsessing over them and coveting over them, almost like they became his.
Yeah, I'm just like, just for example, that former FBI agent accusing Kaylee's father. People go crazy over things like this.
Yeah.
Here's what's strange to me. You got all these people. This Idaho 4 murder case is like, it's a lot different to me. It doesn't, I kind of follow
Delphi
it.
seems like a conspiracy to me.
Yes, it seems like there's like and that's where I'm going with this conversation. You got all these people calling in and saying, hey man, I know this guy, I went to school with him. Where's all these people that knew Richard Allen? Where's all his friends? People that hung out with him at the bar. Man, I worked in bars for 10 years. I knew all kinds of people. They would come up and say, hey man, something like this happened. I knew this guy. He used to work here and here, or he did this when we hung out together. Where's all these people that don't come forward in this case is the only thing that's just got me so weirded out. I know it's a small town, but still, you would think there would be a couple people that would say, hey man, I used to work with this guy. We were good friends. We went out for beers or whatnot. And you got all these people in the Idaho case. Oh, I went to school with him, and they're calling in like crazy. But you never hear that in this case, ever. It took like 5 years for the guy that was searching for him to finally come on a YouTube channel and say what he saw and whatever he did. I mean, there's only like 2 or 3 people that even came forward.
Thing is, you just actually don't really know people, do you?
Pardon?
No, you don't
know people.
No,
Like
not at all. Hey,
so
you
you don't think Richard Allen had any friends?
Real quick, Miss Dog Lover and Anthony, can you guys continue the conversation? I'm gonna go grab a water.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, don't the guy have many friends? I mean, are people that hung around with him? He was a drinker, so evidently, he's going to be sociable out in the bars, and that's just weird to me.
Richard Allen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is nobody coming forward and saying, hey, man, I hung out with this? You know how many people's come forward in that Iowa 4 case? I mean, like, tons of people. Just saying that they knew the people, saying what they knew about him, good or bad,
people can be very deceptive.
Well, I don't even mind people.
Yeah.
I don't even mind people coming on here and saying, hey, I knew him. We worked together and he was a good guy. And I just want to know a little bit more about him. And it's like no one wants to do that. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, I think things are being kept very confidential for the trial at the moment. But yeah, I mean, you don't truly know people, do you? I mean, unless you've been friends with them for decades. That's why I just have a very a small group of friends that I trust with my life. Everyone else, they're just associates.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I keep my circle real small. I don't have a lot of friends and whatnot. I have associates, like you said, where I work at. I work with a lot of people. I don't really hang out with anybody at my work. I try to keep that separate for the most part. I get that, but I'm just saying, like, even if you're not friendly with somebody or consider yourself a good friend, if you've been around someone and you're going to kind of know a little bit about them. Not one person has come out except for the guy that owned the tavern. Finally, he did. But it's strange to me. Or any of his wife.
Is he the only one?
The tavern guy. Who's the tavern guy?
Yeah, it's an article.
The only one that I know of.
Who is that, and what did he say?
Sleuth, you want to take that?
Well, I believe he's the owner. Was he the owner, right, of JC's?
Yes.
And they were good. They were good friends. I mean, they weren't best of friends, but they would talk. And the bar owner had told a reporter that they even talked about the case and the family and how they felt bad about him, and they felt bad about the case and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why didn't he come forward when they was looking for the car at the CPS building?
Nobody reported the car. Nobody even gave us the description of the car. Nobody told us there was some muddy, bloody guy running around. Nobody told us that there was some Ford Focus with a murderer that they thought lived. Look, they thought he was local, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they had to have had this guy, right? I just don't understand. It's so bizarre. It is the most bizarre case, because if you really break it down to the detail and you start asking these questions, you're like, there's no way this happened and there's no way that this happened. There's just no way.
But they said they had video of the car. Well, they didn't say that at the press conference, but they kept asking for the driver of the car at the CPS building. Am I correct?
Maybe that was, and maybe that was the new direction, the Harvest Store footage. Maybe they were like, we finally were able to get our hands on that.
Where was his car parked at?
Well, if you read the PCA, a couple of them agreed on it, and it seems like it may have been maybe somewhat backed in.
Yes. So he knew that was his car. There wasn't no other cars there, was there?
Well, according to Brad Heath, yeah, there was another car. There was a car that looked like an old fisherman's car, something you would take park next to a creek. Well, I don't know if it was a truck. I don't know if it was a truck. He didn't say it was a car or a truck. He said to him it reminded him of somebody that would be going fishing. To me, that's an old truck. I got an old truck in my garage, and that's what I would take to go fishing.
Oh, okay. So I got misunderstood when he said that. I got mistaken.
But it wasn't parked at the CPS building. It was parked like in between the CPS building and the Freedom Bridge, like in between.
Okay, but Richard Allen knew that his car was parked there, right?
Yeah, he admitted to it. He's not. Exactly. He didn't hide any of this.
So why in the hell, if my car's parked somewhere and 2 years later they're putting out a press conference saying we want the driver of the car that was at the village pantry on this day, and I knew that my car was.
What if? Well, his best defense is being honest about that, right?
Well, he wasn't being honest because he didn't come forward.
But he did. He did come forward, and he came
at
forward.
The beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning he came forward, but when they asked him, maybe they weren't talking to him. It's almost like they were talking to somebody else. Like they didn't care about him anymore. They're like, we just don't have. We know he came forward. We just don't have enough to do anything about it. So let's get others involved. Let's get all the other people that might know something about why he was there and who knew he was there, and let's get those people to come forward. Maybe those are the people that have an ounce of conscience left.
Yeah, man, but it's just puzzling to me that like his wife he had to tell his wife, yeah, I was there, just cover his tracks like he did with I'm sure he told him that he went to the police or the conservation officer. So she's watching these press conferences because the JC bar owner already admitted that he was involved in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Like he watched it.
Well, before I kick you guys off again real quick, and I'll bring you back on, Miss Dog Lover, you got anything you want to add real quick?
Yeah, so I was going to actually ask, I think it's, I don't know what date it is in February for the pre-trial hearing. Do you know what that is?
For who? Richard Allen?
Richard Allen, yeah.
March something. I know Kagan, they're both March. I think Kagan Klein might be March 20th. and his is like March. I'll have to look. I just looked too. I just didn't.
Okay. Do you think we're gonna get any more information about
Yeah, I
Richard
do.
Allen?
Yeah, because they just recently reported something confidential. It was filed under confidential. I think that is Kegan Kline. I think that's going to be his testimony, and I think we're going to see some charges against Kegan Kline in the next couple weeks. It may just be something, maybe like accessory or something like that. Something,
Yeah.
but something in direct connection with the Delphi murders. I think he will
Okay.
eventually be charged for.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm actually going to go to bed now because it's nearly, well, it's 4:20.
Thank you so much.
But it was lovely speaking to you, and thank you for having me on.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sweet dreams.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Anthony, I'm gonna boot you out of here, but jump on at any point when you see me pause these videos and you want to just kind of chime in, do it.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right. See you in a few. All right, let's keep it moving, guys.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Smith.
And I'm Kayla Sullivan. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Rainy
Indiana
Days.
State Police have just opened a tip line for information about the killings of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. That telephone number, we'll get it up on a full screen a little bit later in the newscast, but that telephone number is 844-459-5789. We'll be repeating that again a little bit later in the newscast. In the meantime, though, the town of Delphi still in shock just 2 days after the discovery of those two teenage girls' bodies on Tuesday.
Today, police have confirmed to News 18 that they've questioned people over the double homicide of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. But they're keeping tight-lipped about any suspects or persons of interest. However, they are still looking for the man seen in these pictures sent out last night. They say he was on the trail around the same time the girls were last seen, and they're hoping he may have seen something. If you know who he is, you're asked to call the local authorities.
And in the meantime, members of the Delphi community today are beginning to organize fundraisers to benefit the victims' families. News 18's Cameron Harden has been in Delphi all day long, speaking with residents. He joins us now with the latest. Cameron?
It's no surprise the town of Delphi is taking this very hard. With less than 3,000 people in the entire community, it's a typical kind of place where everybody knows everybody. But now the town is trying to make the best of it by coming together.
Really, Frank? Damn.
Who'd ever think someone would be murdered in your backyard?
Ron Logan has lived on this property in Delphi for more than 50 years.
I don't even recall any homicides in Delphi. I just don't recall any, but a double homicide. This is a first, as far as I know. I don't. But it's just crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That was a different time, though.
That's crazy.
Logan and the rest of the community are deeply hurt for the families involved, and that's exactly why the town is coming together.
We're a small community, and
It's very strange to hear Ron Logan talk about his son when his son's like what, like almost 50 or something.
when something like this happens, you feel like you need to do something. So with the people being friends and neighbors, we wanted to raise some money for whatever their needs would be.
Tracy Bradshaw is the owner of the Pizza King in town. She is just one of the numerous businesses that have put out flyers for fundraisers that will help the victims' families.
With it being so small, you know the girls that have been running around.
Thank you,
and
Return
everybody's
Diamonds.
friends
Yeah,
with
hit the thumbs
everybody.
up if
Everybody
you
grew
could.
up with everybody.
She'll be hosting a fundraiser next Friday the 24th at the store. The Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery also joined in and started their fundraiser today. They are making cookies in respect to Abigail and Liberty with their favorite colors and name on them. Bradshaw says she is by no means surprised the town is coming together in a time of desperate need.
Doesn't surprise me in Delphi. No, everybody's like a big family. So when they're needed, everybody comes together.
The community will get their chance to pay their respects this weekend. A joint viewing will be held on Saturday for the girls. The viewing runs from 4 to 8 p.m. at the high school, and at 8 o'clock there will be a lantern release in the middle school parking lot. Now, we'll continue to
So this is going to be a little loop from that video that we just watched, and this is Ron Logan walking up this steep hill. So let me know what you think about this. Do you still think that that's the bridge guy? I mean, look, that looks like a big old man struggling to get up that hill. He's like, I can do it because I'm tough, but it's not going to be easy. Where'd you hear that at, Kay? That's interesting. Glitter Bean says Ron Logan seemed awkward talking about his son because he was struggling for the frame of reference for something that has no precedent. All he could think of was his kid played there. Yeah, it was very strange. But the way he was talking about him, he wasn't talking about him. I get what you're saying, and this is only the first time I've had this opinion. It just popped up, but it was very strange the way he referred to him, like he was still a child. I thought that was strange. Yeah, what's up? OMG, I didn't know they had a joint viewing, 4 hours long. Dang. Leighton, what? Welsher? Maybe police put second sketch out, resembling his wife to spook him. Ron Logan isn't the bridge guy. Yeah. I mean, isn't it obvious? Hey, what's up, Derek? Just got home from the shop. Hope you all are well. Hey, man, I hope you had a very prosperous day at the shop, man. Anytime you want to drop that link for your shop, do it, dude. If there's anything I can do. It's a great shop, dude. Logan said family had felonies, which is true. Yeah. Karen Perez, not BG. All right, let's keep it moving.
Inside that house with what happened and what we've learned tonight. Chance?
Guys, the house in question is behind me. We're standing along Bicycle Bridge Road, just a few miles southwest of downtown Delphi. Earlier this evening, state police and Carroll County sheriff's officers were out here to serve a warrant. They were in and out of the house for about an hour and a half. It's not clear specifically what they were looking for, but state police tell me they were acting on information from interview and tips that they've gathered over the course of the last 24 hours or so. That's the breaking news in this case. Other than that, police are still looking to talk to this man who they believe was seen on the trail, the same trail the girls were last seen on Monday, the same trail that friends of those victims walked today, paying their respects to Abby and Libby.
I think it's terrible. It makes me sick to my stomach. It made me feel kind of sick going down to the bridge thinking one of my friends died down there.
The police say they have not made any arrests tonight as it relates to this warrant. They are still encouraging the public to come forward with information. They've set up a new tip line. That number's there on the bottom of your screen, 844-459-5786. Live in Carroll County tonight, Chance Walser, RTV6.
Chance, thank you. And as we first told you yesterday, the girls' bodies were found on private property roughly 50 feet away from Deer Creek. We spoke with the man who owns that property, Ron Logan, there. He told us today the crime has already changed his life. His backyard is now lined with crime scene tape, all at the middle of a double homicide investigation. Ron's property near Deer Creek is rocky with rough terrain within about a half mile of the Monon High Bridge where the teens had gone walking on Monday.
In Delphi, in my backyard.
The store is called One-Offs, Odd Lots, and
Crazy.
Rejects.
Yeah, something like
You
this
can find it
happened
on
on your
eBay.
own house, your own home, and I just can't get my mind around it yet.
Police say they cannot guarantee that there isn't a threat to the community as no one's been arrested, but they advise people not to be fearful, simply to be vigilant, on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary.
ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett sharing his thoughts on the case. Garrett is no stranger to small town Indiana. He grew up in Anderson and worked there for 10 years as a parole officer. He says it's a key to piece together a timeline of that tragic afternoon to determine what really happened.
You're going to want to figure out exactly where they were at any particular time. And if, for example, they were on the trail and they text or sent a message to somebody, then your ability to maybe pinpoint when that occurred can also maybe help you narrow down when the crime occurred.
He says one of the key pieces of evidence here are the teen's digital footprint. Police are likely looking through that right now. It can take anywhere from a few hours to days, even months, for detectives to sort that out as they continue to follow up on tips.
And as that investigation continues, several public events are now set to honor the girls' lives and help their families through the tragedy. A benefit ride has been scheduled for 12:30 Saturday, starting near Main Street. A ceremony is then set Saturday evening from 4 to 8 at Delphi High School.
All right, let's take a quick look. Since they mentioned the Bicycle Bridge Road, which was one of the first search warrants, this is the reason I think that they searched that location, and I don't think it had anything to do with anything. Does it? I don't know. Maybe it does. That's kind of why we're doing this. But Tara German, we know, is Libby's aunt. There was a kid named, we'll go ahead and say LM, that Libby had chatted with. So we know that they did eventually find out that Libby did talk with this LM. So through their investigation, they realized that this is 100%. And I think that the reason they initiated this conversation was because Abby was dating a guy with the same name, right? So they probably asked her, like, hey, what about this? And they were like, no, but there was a kid named, same name, that Libby had chatted with. JM, oldest son's name is L. But he didn't live at home at the time of the murders. I found out a few months after the search that he bought a house a block away from me. That kid is definitely creepy and is also someone I seen the day of the 13th on the railroad tracks. That lead to the bridge. Also, JM has several firearms, yada, yada. So this is the reason why they got the search warrant, I think, was because witnesses saw this person near the crime scene on the 13th. But if you follow the railroad tracks, they go directly towards his house. So he was either in town and using the railroad tracks as the quickest, the straight path back home. So him being seen on the 13th, kind of matching the description a little bit. And also chatting, and I think they were inappropriate chats as well. Typical teenager stuff. Healthy teenager stuff, not Keegan Kline stuff. So I think that's how he ended up getting a search warrant served. And I believe it or not, there has been some leaked probable cause information from this. And apparently that's the first time that they ever mentioned the 40 caliber bullet. That's how people knew about it.
I'm Dustin Grove. We are tracking the latest developments in the Carroll County homicide investigation of 2 teen girls. Let's get right to News 18's Brad Oppenheim, live from Delphi with the latest this midday. Brad?
Dustin, as of 8:40 this morning, Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley had tweeted out that there was nothing new to report. Now, I actually just caught up with him a little bit ago at the Delphi Municipal Building, and he did confirm that in person, that there still was nothing to report. Now, in the past couple of days, hundreds of tips have flooded in. Last night, police had a large presence at a home in Delphi as officers served a search warrant in connection to the killings of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. The warrant was served at a home on the 11,000 block of Bicycle Bridge Road, which is near Delphi. Nobody was arrested, but police are saying that search could be the first of many to come as more tips do roll in. Now, if you have any information, ISP has set up a tip line, and the information for that tip line is on our website. Police are also working to identify a person in a picture they released earlier this week. That individual was near the area the 2 teens were last seen Monday. Now, Mayor Shane Evans says he's humbled by all of the support from the community.
When you've got the volunteers that went out in the search parties, you've got the business community, you've got religious organizations, you've got community organizations that are coming out here to help, you've got businesses that are dropping everything to come in to provide food to families, provide food to law enforcement officers here.
Now, a memorial will be held tomorrow at the Delphi High School Gymnasium. It will run from 4 to 8 p.m. with a lantern release to follow in the middle school parking lot. Now, like Mayor Evans said, he's seen a lot of community support, and as we're walking down the main street here in Delphi, this is just one of those examples we see outside a local restaurant. The sign reads "Justice for Libby and Abby." So a lot of community support and backing, and we will continue to provide any information that we receive throughout the day online, and we'll have the latest at News 18 at 5 and 6 tonight. For now, reporting live in Delphi, Brad Oppenheim, News 18.
News tonight, a major development in Delphi. State police say this man is now a suspect in the murders of 2 teenage girls. We've been showing you his picture all week. It was taken on the trail where the girls disappeared. At first, police said they only wanted to talk to him, and now they believe he participated in the killings. All of this comes on the same day that the families of Libby German and Abby Williams laid the girls to rest. Our Carrie Klein is in Delphi tonight with what people are saying about this big break in the case. Carrie?
Hey, good evening, Jenny. Well, first of all, it was a beautiful day all across central Indiana, and even here in Delphi, after what has been a very difficult week, folks still managed to get outside, enjoy the weather, and try and carry on with normal activities, and this break in the case made that a little bit easier. The Farr family earlier today, we caught up with them here at Riley Park, celebrated 7-year-old Javion's birthday, complete with a piñata.
Good old Riley
you
Park.
can see the joy in the children, and after learning the news about police zeroing in on a suspect, the parents are breathing a little bit easier too. All around the park today, the mood a lot lighter. A cloud is starting to lift here for many who spent a week in the trenches when the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams rocked this community to the core.
Well, that's a huge relief to me. We were hoping that the case would move along. They've been working on it for quite a few hours, and so that's a big relief, and I think we need to just take it one step at a time.
Now take
Good advice.
Look at your TV screen, whatever you're doing, stop, walk over to the television set and look at this picture. This is the man police say was on the trail in the same area around the same time that Libby and Abby were last seen. We cannot show this picture enough. It is a white man wearing blue jeans.
Okay, so if you're Richard Allen and you're watching this on the news, you're coming forward, right? Like, I didn't do this shit. That didn't happen.
A blue jacket and a hood. And police now say they have gathered enough evidence to show that this man did participate If you have
Derek,
any
post your
information that
link.
can be
Post
helpful
the
at
actual link if you
all,
could.
even the smallest tidbit, you can call police anonymously, and you can do that by calling the Delphi Murders Tip Line. That number is on your screen. It is 844-459-5786. Again, 844-459-5786. Give police a call.
All right. So we're going to do a little experiment. Okay, so they released the image. They didn't release the full video, right? And everybody's like, why didn't they give us the full video? I don't know why my headphones keep tilting my hat. Oh, well. I'll just leave it tilted. We're going to do a test. So I picked out a celebrity and I found an image and I pulled him from a much larger image, which is very similar to what happened with Libby's video. She captured this guy and they zoomed in on a real small piece of that. So we're going to do a test here because I already know who this person is, but I'm going to put him on screen and we're going to see if you can guess who it is. And then I'm going to show you the full image. And then I'm going to see how many of you can guess who he is. Okay. So who is this? I want to see how many of you can guess who this person is. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. See, people think it's Elon. Ha 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 ha. Elon. Sure it's not Tom Cruise? Oh, getting closer. Elon. So people are saying that's Elon Musk. Kind of, yeah, it does kind of look. Let's zoom in. Here, let's do the whole bridge guy. You sure that's Elon? Is it? Well, we're getting closer. Leighton says, nope, that's Musk. Kind of skinny, don't you think? And it says Elvis. Derek says, shit, that's the bridge guy. Gangnam Style. See? Thinking outside the box. We're getting closer. Some dude from Minecraft. Yeah, he's got a Minecraft face. Character. See, Minecraft. I think some people are saying Elon because the black. It could be Johnny Depp, maybe. Ooh. Richard Huang guy. Corey Feldman. BTS. Who's BTS? It could be a singer. He is on a stage. Pat Mahomes. Someone from American Idol. Yeah, he's on a stage. It's Sleuth. No, I'm not that slender. Drop me like about 4 inches. Bring my shoulders out about another 4 inches. Johnny Dang. Getting close. You guys ready for the larger view? Or the zoomed out view, I guess? Or you guys want to keep guessing? The mayor. Come on, who is this guy? Do we got to do some pareidolia? What do we see? What is that? Ah! Sharon Parker says it's Depp. Lane says it's Jet Li. Ralph Macchio. I love Ralph Macchio. He looks a little chubbier than Ralph. Matt LeBlanc. Ooh, good guess. All right, let's do this. Hold on. I think this is the only way we're going to be able to get this done. Let's close out this poll. Which is a great poll. And let's start a new one. Rick Snay. That's funny. You might be right. Okay. All right, you guys go ahead and make sure you vote on that poll. $37 votes. That's it. We got like 169 people in here. He said, tell us. Shaved ape. All right. We'll get it over with. I think you guys get the point. Okay. So let's see if you guys learned anything more about this image in the zoomed in or the zoomed out. Who is this? Tell us before. It's Greeno with 5-inch boots. That's funny. Who voted no? Oh, the haters voted no. They lurk. That's the funny part. They hate. They're only mad because they got blocked at one point, but they're still here. We still love them. They can be mad and still be here. All right, let's do this. Bam. Okay, so we heard Burston. He said people at in the movie business, you don't see what's left and you don't see what's right. So now that you have the full picture, who do you see? Leighton Welcher says Musk. D, thank you so much. It's got to be Elon. Is it the Hoff? Nora Gillino says Post Malone. Bieber. That looks like Elon. Tom Cruise? Kind of looks like Tom Cruise. Oh, Grace says, I'm the one that voted no. I wanted to keep guessing. Sorry, Grace. Come on. We'll go about another minute or so. Backdrop is Elon terraforming Mars. Yep. 100%. So you guys were right. Elon Musk. So who was more convinced by this image? And who was more convinced that it was Elon Musk by this image? Which one was more convincing or more compelling? Yeah, anybody that voted Musk, let's see, let's go back up and see who it was. Let's see. Leighton says stands like Musk. Jesse Johnson, Elon Musk. See who else got it right. Oh, I didn't see that one. That's a good one. Joaquin Phoenix. I like Joaquin Phoenix. David got it. Sure does look like Elon Musk or Depp. Yeah, the black, huh? You gotta stick to your guns. But who is it? You know? I thought that was a good guess. That was a good guess. Let's see. A couple people got it right early on. Let me go all the way back up. Elvis. Musk. Yeah. Yeah. Tax cut. Elon, the con man. Musk. Right from the jump. A beach fairy. Right from the jump. Eric's plot coupon. Right from the jump. Vanilla gorilla. Right from the jump. Glitter bean. Even right from the jump. And Angela Luster. Melissa K. All right. You guys got it right from the beginning. And then there was a couple turncoats when we switched it to the bigger picture. You guys saw this, right? Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan. More than one person involved. You guys did know that, right? FYI. All right. Where were we? Man, we're like not even at the halfway point. That's what's crazy.
FBI agent and ABC News consultant Brad Garrett about how helpful it will be in the investigation and what police need to inform police of when it comes to subtle changes of a suspect.
I think the audio has great potential because if you know this person, you may well be able to identify his voice. That combined with a cell phone shot of him, and I'm going to guess maybe have even more of what occurred to these two girls. I will tell you what solves cases like this is keeping the momentum up with the public, because this is a horrendous crime, and most people, even if they don't like law enforcement, may come forward on something like this because it's just harming or hurting children. Usually just is a bridge too far for almost everyone. It's very important for people to report things that they think are completely innocent. Their dad or their uncle didn't go to work the next day and was not at work when this occurred. A change in behavior. I mean, we all change behaviors because of a crisis in our life, got fired from a job. Everybody gets that. But things that sort of jump out at you that changed shortly after these girls were killed, you need to report that. Obviously, the person needs to have at least some basic characteristics to this photo. But beyond that, it's that change in behavior and also change in physical appearance. Somebody may have cut their hair, dyed their hair, whatever it might be. Let the police know. They can, immediately eliminate it. I've worked a lot of high-profile murders, and you get tips that don't take you anywhere, but you only need one to get you to this guy's doorstep.
Yeah, he's basically talking to anybody that knows this person. That shit don't make any sense, guys. I just don't know how the family members didn't know. What's going on? All right, we're gonna play a couple more videos and then we're gonna open up the lines. I'll tell you when. Probably like 3 more videos. It should be the halfway point.
Puzzle, the voice, the picture, the questions unanswered tonight, but the community and police together have a message for whomever killed 2 teenage girls. They won't give up until they find you.
To our team coverage tonight, starting in Delphi with Chance Walser.
Thank you, Gorilla.
And a packed vigil for the girls hours after police shared new information. Chance?
The Carroll County Courthouse behind me was filled tonight with people praying for the families of these 2 teens. Many were also talking, like you mentioned, about the newly revealed information today about the case. Today, many are calling Liberty German a hero after police revealed she captured this image and recorded the following audio on her phone in the moments before her death.
Knowing that girl, what might happen, and the courage it took for her to do that.
Those cell phone moments of the case are leading police to make an impassioned plea. Look at it, listen to it, provide information about it.
Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you. Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away.
County, state, and federal agencies pledged time and resources to find the killer.
On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help.
And tonight at the Carroll County Courthouse, hundreds stood and in unison offered hopeful prayers.
May these criminals or criminal be apprehended. May justice be done.
For Abby and Libby's families and for the investigators.
Being here tonight, it just shows that everyone cares and loves and supports them.
Visual evidence of a community united in purpose.
Thanks, Derek. Appreciate you, man.
At this point, police say it is possible the person who killed Libby and Abby was a stranger to them. It's also possible that that person is no longer in town. The FBI has promised additional resources should this soon become a multi-jurisdictional manhunt. In Delphi tonight, Chance Walser, RTV.
Of detectives today trying to identify the suspect in this photo and this voice. The grainy image and that haunting audio were recorded by 14-year-old Liberty German on her cell phone. She also shot this last photo of her best friend, 13-year-old Abigail Williams. Abigail and Liberty were found murdered near this creek on a hiking trail in Indiana on Valentine's Day. We played the audio for people in Delphi, Indiana, population just 3,000.
Somebody knows this voice. Somebody has to know who this guy is. We are begging you to come up and to come forward.
The release of the audio has triggered more than 1,000 tips. Citizen sleuths, including Nancy Grace, are offering their theories about the killer.
We hear that muffled, down the hill, down the hill. Why was it muffled? Because I think she put it in her pocket.
Stephen Fabian followed the final footsteps of the killer and his victims down the hill.
This is the bridge that we've all seen in the images released to the media. You can see now some flowers left behind in memory of the girls. We do know that the girls were found on this side of the creek, about a quarter of the mile in this direction. So when we're hearing down the hill on that recording, they could have been led in this direction, down this hill. And once you start going down the hill, you can sort of see all the different paths that they maybe were forced to go down. You can also hear that same crunching of the leaves that we're hearing in the recording.
You're always welcome here.
The further away you get from the trail, you also can start to feel how isolated it is.
There are several intriguing theories police are working on. Could there be two killers? This may explain why neither of the girls was able to get away. Does the killer live nearby? He seems to know the woods and back roads. Was the killer recently released from?
Those are some good questions. Let's run those back.
Police are working on. Could there be two killers? This may explain why neither of the girls was able to get away. Does the killer live nearby? He seems to know the woods and back roads. Was the killer recently released from prison?
I don't think this is the first time he's done something like this.
Veteran New York Homicide Detective Sergeant Joe Giacalone is following the case.
He was following them for a while, and I think that's why she was able to snap this picture, because if you notice, she's looking down, he's not even paying attention. She realized maybe something's wrong, and then she snapped this blurry video.
After a plea from Liberty German's grandfather to find whoever killed his granddaughter and her friend, Abby Williams. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jason Feck.
Thanks,
I'm Erica Fly. This is the first time we've heard from Libby or Abby's family since their bodies were found more than 3 weeks ago.
RTV6's Chance Walser tonight has new insight into the lives the two teens led before they went on that hike back on February the 13th.
We're at Riley Park tonight in Delphi. This is where Abby and Libby played softball. Today, Libby's family and former coach talked about how much this place in particular meant to her.
Even if you were having a bad game or whatever and girls were down, she'd, kind of bump them, trying to get them back in a better mood.
Bridget Stevens coached Libby's 2014 and 2015 softball teams. She thinks back fondly on those days at Riley Park. Libby was an eager participant.
And if she couldn't play a position, she wanted to try it. So she was always wanting to try something different.
Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season.
Today, Libby's grandfather addressed a room full of reporters. On February 12th, he said, the day before they went missing, Libby and Abby came here to dust off their equipment and skills. Big plans cut short by a killer still on the loose.
But they'll never get to play a single inning again.
From a pulpit, Mike Patty echoed the familiar plea of the last 3 weeks. Look at this picture and keep the hotline busy with tips. He also thanked the public for their relentless support, both emotional and monetary support. The German family will use their share of donation money to set up a scholarship fund in Libby's name.
The love that's poured upon us and the support is is welcomed, and we could sure use that right now.
Mike also wants to build a new softball field and park in memory of those girls who spent many a spring evening on the field together. Lance Walser, RTV6.
The tip line is open.
What's up, Anthony? Can you hear me? Anthony, you there? Oh, we lost him. All right. We're going to share the screen real quick. Anthony, if you want to call back, feel free. Okay. So they talked a lot about Riley Park being the last place the girls were known to be the day before. One thing, Anthony, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Can you hear me okay when I do that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hang with me here real quick. I'm just going to finish the thought. One thing I noticed here after this video, basically that video is proof that the girls were here at Riley Park the day before the murders. They spent a lot of time there. And one thing that I noticed, you see that? So you have the CVS that Richard Allen works out here. You have Riley Park. You have the Marathon gas station. You have Richard Allen's home. The one thing that these all have in common is they're in the path from Richard Allen's home to his workplace. Look at that. What are the odds of that?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of explaining to do. No doubt about that.
You think that's strange?
No.
So the girls are here the day before they were murdered. Keegan Kline supposedly searched Marathon gas station the day after. We know Richard Allen lives here. We also know he worked there. Very strange.
I'm just, how's Keegan Kline tie into this?
He knows Richard Allen in one way or the other. Richard Allen, he knows Richard Allen, or somebody close to Kagan knows Richard Allen and said, we're going to use Kagan and he's going to get us our target. He's going to get us close to that target. He's going to catfish these girls for you.
Seems so. It seems a little far-fetched, but it seems believable because he knows something. Because man, you don't do all the stuff that he did if you ain't got no ties to this. Period. You just don't. He Googled so many things. I mean, that's public record that he did all that. The gas station, O.J. Simpson.
We're going to talk about Keegan Kline right at the end of the stream. There's some pages from his transcript I want to talk about. So at the very end, we're going to talk about that.
Man, I'm not going to bring this up again. But everybody on here, if you have not seen where you acted like the detective and Keegan Kline in that interview, Man, that was great. The way you did it.
Wait, are you talking about Keegan Klein or are you talking about Julian Powell?
No, when you did the transcript of Keegan Klein, and you acted like you were the detective, and then you acted like you were Keegan Klein.
Yeah, I tried to do that. I'm gonna read you some of the transcript today, and I actually tried to do that, but I kept getting interrupted. There was so much going on. I had to go. My wife was getting an oil change, so I had to keep going back. I had to take her and then pick her up, and then take her again later. And then I just started getting irritated because it's not easy, when you're recording audio and you're trying to do two different. So I tried to do that today, but
you know
at the end,
you know what I'm talking about, though, right? You've
yeah,
done so many live streams, you might forget, but
I know what you're talking about. It was more of a video than a live stream.
no, it wasn't a live stream. Yeah, I'm just saying you do so much stuff. I'm sure you get.
Yeah, I need to go back and look at all the stuff because there's some quality in there, and I do so
Dude,
much that it's just so scattered. I need to go in there and consolidate all that.
I
You're right.
probably watched that one. I'm not trying to sound obsessive, but I've watched it like 4 times. How you go back and forth.
Well, the reason I did it for myself for selfish reasons at first, so that I could understand it better. And then I was like, I need to share this. I was like, I need to share this. Because you have people doing it like where they're doing a male and a female, and it's just like all awkward, they're not doing it well. So you're not getting the flow of it all. So it's like, you know what, I'm gonna do it myself and I'm gonna do it this way for personal reasons so I can try to understand the emotion behind what the hell was going on. And then when I did it, I was like, it'd be very, very easy for me to share this. And then I did a couple of them.
Yeah, I seen the whole Julian Powell things and whatnot too, but I don't put no stock in him. I don't think he's got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, he was there that day, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, he's not involved. I think that guy's just got a lot of emotional stuff going on and kind of injected himself into it because he really didn't know,
The only thing that bothered me about him was at the time I was listening a lot to the FBI and what they were saying in those press conferences. People who called in sick and people who were who had changed and all this, and he just kind of fit that profile. Other than that, like there really is nothing. But we'll save him for another conversation.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy that you put yourself in that situation like he did. I mean, he pretty much subjected himself to that whole case. Like, hey, I was there, and
you got to wonder why.
Yeah.
Why weren't you at work that day? Why were you parked at Delphi?
Yeah. Why all of a sudden did you decide to call in?
Why were you
decided to call in?
Why am I talking to you right now?
Yeah.
Like, why am I even talking to you? Like, there should be no reason I'm talking to you. Obviously, there's a reason that I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, very suspicious. So maybe that'll play.
It was funny to me when I was watching that last video. That one girl was like, maybe he's getting arrested.
Oh, yeah.
Because he went off stream. Somebody knocked at his door. I'm like, crazy. This dude ain't getting arrested.
He's not. Yeah, you got to reel it in.
No, but it was funny to me, though, when I was watching it. And you were like, man, that would be crazy.
That would
have been a great fucking show.
That would have been, what is this? Fucking some kind of live, what are we on, Cops all of a sudden?
Yeah. Dude gets arrested on fucking sleuth's intuition for the Delphi murders.
That would have been crazy. Yeah, and it was funny because when all this first happened, we were communicating with that guy Julian Powell behind the scenes, and he was doing a lot of weird stuff. And I was talking with my buddy Bruiser before he passed away. And he's like, "Yeah, man, that's a lot of strange things." Like, he's like, I don't think he's tied into this at all. He's like, but he seems like he might hurt himself. He's like, should we say something? I was like, I don't know, man. Like, because Bruiser was his humanity level was at 10. He was a very caring person. He might act tough and he might act like this and that, but behind the scenes, he was just like an angel. And he's like, you know what? He's like, I've seen enough. I don't think he has anything to do with the Delphi stuff, but he seems like he might hurt himself. And him and I we called in a wellness check together on him.
Well, I don't know if I already did that, but that was nice you guys to do that. I mean, maybe it helped him. Sounds like it did.
Yeah, we talked about it, and he said he thanked me for it.
Yeah, we'll see. You did a good deed.
Yeah, because if he's not guilty and he's like talking about hurting himself, then it could be nothing but good, right?
Yeah, I never thought he was guilty from day one. Even when I listened to that conversation the first time, everybody's like, "Oh man, he's the guy." I'm like, no, he's not. This guy's going through some mental shit. But yeah, man, I'm glad he's got some help. It seems like he's doing better. I mean, but yeah, everybody's saying he got arrested whenever the live stream ended. Somebody knocked on his door.
Oh no, he was some crazy stuff did happen, but I'm not I ended up finding out because a lot of people that were real close to him were reaching out to me. And that's what made all this real strange. Was people that were close to him were reaching out to me privately, and they kind of filled me in on what happened. Yeah, there was a lot more crazy stuff that was going on with him at the time, and it wasn't even Delphi related. It was just like mental health stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Like I mean, man, I would hope my family. I know the lawyers probably tell people, "Hey, we don't want you to talk to nobody or whatever." But man, I'd hope one person from my damn family, if I go to jail for murdering 2 kids that I didn't do, I would hope that one person would come on some kind of show, not even a YouTube channel, but some significance.
You're talking about Richard Allen and why nobody is coming forward for him.
Yes.
Nobody's going to bat for him. Not one person. I haven't seen one.
That's unbelievable to me, man. Why would you not defend your loved ones when, I mean, this guy, this is the worst day of his life, and you're not going to come forward?
Nobody.
I mean, I don't give a shit. I don't care if that was my wife and I knew she didn't do it. I don't care what my lawyer said. Whatever.
Come forward and say that. Come say
I'm going to come forward and tell you, I know this man. He did not do this. There's no way. I mean, how's that going to affect you in court? It's not. I'm just saying, man. It's weird to me. None of his friends. A couple of people said, yeah, a couple of people came forward. I know that. I seen the CBS people. I'm talking about people that really knew this guy.
Yeah,
no one's coming forward.
Where's all those people that were playing pool with him and all that stuff?
Yeah. There's 13, 15 people in that photo that were all like, yeah, man, we're like a pool gang. It's a pool. Man, I worked in bars for years, Sleuth. Pool people know each other.
Yeah,
they know.
I played pool for a while. I went through that.
Yeah.
Time.
I mean, that was a league. That was a pool league. It wasn't like just showing up.
That's your family for a moment.
Yes, I bowled for years. Those people.
Yeah, I bowled too.
Those people, I knew them. They knew me. We had a good relationship.
Yeah.
And they would come forward. If you saw me on the national news, I'm sure some people that I bowled with will come up and say, "Hey, man,
that's a good fucking point. That is a good point,
this is a good dude. This is a good dude. He's not going to do this. I know him.
He looks like the bridge guy."
Well, no one's came forward and defended him.
And nobody came forward accusing him either. What the fuck?
Yeah, no one's.
I'm telling you, this dude might be smarter than we think. He might be smarter than we think.
All I'm saying is, man, it's just weird to me that nobody's came to his defense and spoke out for this man. It's weird to me. I'm not saying he's guilty, because dude, there's so many. Man, we've seen the Keegan Klein, the Kurtz.
Oh, there's a lot of weird stuff.
I mean, dude, there's so many things going on.
Kurtz, yeah.
I never bought into all that. I never really ever believed any of it. I've never been gaslighted. I guess I can say I've never been gaslighted. But man, I'm never gonna get away from Kiki.
Kiki.
Yeah, we'll just call him Kiki.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bounce you out of here, Anthony, and then I'll bring you back towards the end. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
All right. Just give me a few more videos, and I'll bounce you back.
All right, bub.
All right.
And good morning to you. I'm Ben Hill. That breaking news is out of Delphi this morning, where we are waiting to hear from the grandfather of Libby German. Libby, of course, is one of the 2 teenagers killed on a hiking trail last month. This is the first time we're hearing from family members since their murders. Again, we are moments away. We'll take you for a live picture there before this press conference is set to begin. It appears, of course, as you see, family members gathered, authorities gathered. We admittedly don't know what to expect. Perhaps a statement will be read here just moments away as you see everyone gathered there in Delphi.
Well, not right now,
media
but
members awaiting this press conference to hear from family members again. We're going to go ahead and listen in. We'll join you in just a few minutes.
Statement. They also are going to read a statement on behalf of the family of Abigail Williams. We'd like to start by request of the family with a word of prayer from Pastor Todd Ladd of the Delphi United Methodist Church. Pastor.
Thank you for joining us today. If you would, join me in a word of prayer. Holy God, our loving Father, we thank you for your love and your mercy. And today I pray for Liberty's family. God, hold them in the comforting arms of your Spirit. Draw them near to you in the protection of your love as they're vulnerable today in sharing their hearts about Libby and about Abby. Lord, they're sharing their hearts about their love for her. God, in your wise ways, guide their words so they may express their deeply held desires of their hearts that reflect their love for Libby and Abby. God, I pray that their response would demonstrate the love of Jesus Christ that has sustained them in the midst of the deepest and darkest valley. God, I thank you for all these individuals who have come today to tell the story that needs to be told so that more tips may process and we can begin to find justice. Lord, we pray for justice here on this earth, but Lord, we also ultimately hold hope for justice on the other side. So that all of this, we put our trust in you. Bless them, bless their words, and allow us to tell the story in ways that give hope. We ask this in the name of Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lessenby.
Good morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net of thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward, we strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name is Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I've got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. Both will never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joke with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for. To really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to
shout
please
out to
help
Mike, Patty,
Abby and Libby.
and Becky. She's
Look
a
for
friend of
someone
mine.
who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then reporting information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the reward fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000.
Pat McAfee.
The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone
shout
to
out
enjoy.
again to Becky Patty.
Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your granddaughter was heroic in her final moments. She was able to press record on her cell phone and provide key evidence to police, the voice that we heard. How did you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But, yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, first, my condolences to you. A similar question, the state police specifically called Libby a hero to conceal her press conference for recording what she did on that phone. When you hear them call your granddaughter a hero, what was your reaction to that?
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book. Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was without standing all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything. That's just it, Before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message. It's always, I love you.
Going through, obviously, the sexual assist to your family, but at this point, like you said, you're doing everything we can to keep together as a family and grieve. But at this point, what can you say about not having any solid information? How are you coping with that part at this point too? Any suspect at this point, or we can pull them in for questioning? Is that really difficult at this point for your family?
Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it could really bring this case to resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, you have seen from the community an outpouring of support, as you mentioned, people using orange lights all over the area to remember these girls. How is that helping your family get through this right now? When you look around and see these posters and see the ribbons and just everything that people are doing?
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, co-workers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could surely use that right now. So thank you for that.
How many times have you and your family looked at that picture or listened to that audio? Looked at that a lot?
Daily, multiple times.
Talk to somebody out there, like you mentioned, that knows something, that maybe it's their dad, it's their friend, and they don't want to speak out even with that reward. What can you tell them right now to get them to talk about what they took away from your family and why they need to come forward today?
Well, I'm hoping through if you want to call it the speech, or what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that the pain will always be there forever, but this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down, and with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will, but we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice, and I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this.
It's been more than 3 weeks now since your daughter was murdered, or that was murdered. How are you maintaining optimism the killer will still be found?
Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. I mean, that's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well.
Really?
Both of our families,
Even the beard?
we support each other. You know, Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this.
Two more questions. Have you heard any of these reports that there was a similar case in Iowa?
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
Just one other question. Mike, this is more personal. How troubling was it for you knowing that there's a very dangerous person still out there?
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
I agree with Mike on that.
Your gut instinct at this point.
Help our nation.
It's somebody that lives around here that knew those trails very well.
We're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So one more over here.
Mr. Patty, what would you say to this person who's out there who's responsible for this?
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So
here, let me rewind that.
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Not far enough.
What would you say to this person who's out there who's responsible for this?
Question was, what would you say to the person who's out there that's responsible?
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So try to be a Christian man. So I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Why do you think Libby had the presence of mind to press her before that day? Is that part of her
Translation, you don't want to know what I'm thinking.
personality? Is that something you guys taught her?
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really
What's up,
was.
Randy?
But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do.
See, that I don't know. I think they went out there to meet, possibly for a purpose. I don't know if it was specifically to meet Anthony Schatz. I don't know if it was to make Anthony Schatz think that they were going to meet him out there, but for whatever, they had a reason to be out there. We knew that from the beginning.
Some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers.
Good to see you, Randy.
Stuff.
If you want to call in, man, the link's right there.
So
call in if you want to, Randy.
that's just part
always
of their
welcome.
natural activity. But
Anybody's
obviously
welcome.
she had presence of mind. Sensed something little
Miss
strange
Dog
there.
Lovers,
I'm
she's
glad
here
she
right
did.
now. She's just hanging. She's just hanging.
Thank you.
out.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just hanging. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to burn through these. We're already at the 3-hour mark, so. But if you have anything to add, feel free.
The only thing that I was going to say is about the OJ thing.
With Kagan Klein looking up the O.J. Simpson stuff.
No, just basically, I watched the whole trial when I was 16, and the whole glove thing was just crazy. And they said that the reason for him not being able to fit his hand in the glove was because of arthritis.
I remember him saying it was too small. Like, I remember them, if it doesn't fit, acquit or some shit like that.
Yeah. So his hand could have swollen up.
Well, I remember when I was a kid thinking the blood, it could have been so bloody that it shrunk. Because my dad, he would make knives and he would make sheaths for his knives. And I remember learning a little bit about leather, and I remember thinking that. Um, but I think they brought that up in the courtroom, and they dismissed it or something, saying, "Oh, well, it couldn't have been that."
Yeah. And personally, I hate the fact that the Kardashians have been made famous from that whole thing.
Why? Because they're big old butts.
Yeah.
The plastic surgery butts. Good for them. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I've got to say anyway. I won't take any more of your time. So
The only response I have to that is careful to the man who gains the world and loses his soul.
okay. Sorry, I don't know what that means.
What?
Sorry, it's actually like nearly 6 o'clock in the morning and I'm really drunk. So
No, it was a reference to the Bible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Christ says, what is, if you gain the entire world, what does that mean if you lose your soul? It means nothing. Materials, material stuff means nothing if it's only going to defile your spirit.
I'm probably in quite a lot of trouble then.
You might be under that doctrine, I guess. If you say so. I don't know.
Thank you for having me anyway.
It was my pleasure. Pleasure's all on this side.
And thanks to everyone in the chat for tolerating me.
And this is Miss Dog Lover, so shout out to you.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, what a pleasure. Hey, what's up, Randy? Hey, Randy, if you want to call in, man, hit that link. We're just hanging out, watching some early media. It really doesn't go further than April of 2017.
The clock starts now.
We're finding out that there was things that were said that were not true, or that things that were that we've uncovered since the interviews that we're just double checking to make sure everything's lined up.
That brought police back to the...
Yeah, we all know what that means now, right? When this media clip was put out, we had no clue what was going on with the Ron Logan probable cause affidavit. Now we know what they mean. So let's watch that from the beginning.
News at 6 o'clock starts now.
We're finding out that there was things that were said that were not true, or that things that were
alibi
that we've uncovered since the interviews that we're just double checking to make sure everything's lined up.
That brought police back to the Delphi property where the bodies of Libby
This is
German
March
and Abby
17th,
Williams were discovered.
2017.
We broke that story today with that push alert that you got around noon. And we want to stress tonight the homeowner has not been arrested for or charged with the girls' murders.
The homeowner is being held on an unrelated...
Randy, it should be pinned to the top of the chat there. Let me close out this little link or this poll. Then it might be easier to see. It's an old poll anyway. Should do a new one, huh? Yep, I heard something. What's up, Randy?
Hey, not much, Sleuth. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Feel like hanging out over here on the Sleuth Intuition channel?
Yeah. Since everybody else is arguing with me from somebody else's channel. Might as well.
And it seems like you might be in the middle of one of them, what they call a YouTube battle.
Oh yes.
Good
Yes,
luck with
indeed.
that. Good luck with that.
I know.
Anything you want to comment on so far before I play the rest of these videos? Anything
Go
you wanna
ahead. Go ahead and
chime
let me ask any questions. I'll answer from these videos.
chime in, and if you want to stop at any point, go ahead and chime in.
Oh, okay.
Same to you, Anthony. Okay.
Related an alleged probation violation. Just hours ago, his attorney reached out to us and told us the landowner had, quote, no involvement in this heinous crime, saying in a statement, quote, I would like to caution the public to avoid jumping to conclusions before law enforcement has completed the ongoing investigation.
Still, as Logan sits in jail tonight, we've got Rich Van Wyck, who's been sitting outside his house as police went through it today with a warrant. Rich?
Well, let me stop right there. Did you ever have an opportunity, Randy, to hang out and talk with Ron Logan?
No, never did. He's people always who goes up to his house, he never answers the door at all unless certain people allowed to answer the door, because I know.
Did you ever meet him?
No, never met him. Never met him.
Okay,
I know the
just
last
wanted
time.
to-
Yeah, the last time had the walk just before months before Ron Logan died. He met with Stefa from Ohio, and that's when he came over there to the walk, and that was the only time it seems like he likes to talk to ladies more than guys.
Can you blame him?
Well, I know. But yeah, it seems like he likes.
Where I'm from, we call them hard legs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to no hard legs.
But yeah, I think he loves just talking to the ladies and the guys.
All right, I'm gonna continue. Thank you.
Scott, this investigation here, search started 6 hours ago. There's no sign of it letting up soon. We have the FBI, state, and local police searching the house, the garage, the outbuildings, the field behind the outbuildings, even into the woods. This is just a few hundred yards away from the girls, where the girls' bodies were found. Police seized hands full of evidence, hauled away Ron Logan's pickup truck, and searched the home, garage, and farm buildings with the help of a canine. Investigators aren't saying precisely what brought them here or what they're looking for.
We want to either clear him or look at him even harder.
The girls' bodies were found just a few hundred yards away from Logan.
Another quick question that you might know, Randy. Do you know anything about Tony Leggett owning the Friends and Flowers right next to the Flora fire scene?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No.
His home in a secluded wooded area of his property. In the weeks since the murders, the 77-year-old has talked with us often, walked us back into the crime scene.
Largest tragedies in Carroll County history.
He's denied having any connection to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
I was cleared by the authorities ages ago.
But since then, police say they've received leads and other information, leading them to believe the details Logan gave investigators don't add up.
We're finding out that there was things that were said that were not true, or that things that were that we've uncovered since the interviews that we're just double checking to make sure everything's lined up.
Police arrested Logan earlier this week on an unrelated probation violation. He has a history of drunk driving convictions, but no record of more serious or violent crimes. Investigators warn against drawing any conclusions. Since their investigation began 4.5 weeks ago, they've conducted dozens of searches, interviewed scores of potential suspects, and given some of them polygraph tests. They've made no arrests.
We've done all kinds of things to other people, and it's all part of trying to clear them, try to get them to either be more of a suspect or to get them clear out of the picture and get them cleared, and so they can move on with their lives.
This investigation, this search, though, certainly has people talking. Earlier today, one of the victim's grandfathers drove through here as people were getting set up for the search and blocking the road off. Emily, you've been talking to him. What's he been saying?
Well, Rich, we know from investigators that when the public hears from family members, namely Mike Patty, Libby German's grandfather, the number of tips goes up. They surge. Patty has said it could take only one tip, the right tip, to break this case. So we reached out to Mike Patty today to ask him what he thinks about investigators being back at this property here today. Here's what he had to say, quote, "My reaction is I hope the investigation, wherever it takes police, leads to the arrest of the person or persons involved." Now, investigators say with this latest development, the searching of this property, more tips have come in again today. And a frequent mantra among investigators about solving this case, Rich, has been today is the day. Of course, we had this massive search that's still going on today, but no arrests.
And Emily, I think this is a surprise, and it is extraordinary to be searching an area that is so close to a crime scene that is over 4 weeks old. You'll be following the story tonight. When there's something new, we'll put it online and, of course, on the night beat.
Before we go to the next video, Randy, what do you got to say so far?
So far, what right now, I know at the time all this is going on, then we had how they got to Ron Logan warrant. There was a neighbor, and Ron wasn't there that day, but we're finding out that one, his cousin lied, helped him lie, to say he was home that day. And I know across the way, the barn that's across from Ron Logan's house belonged to the Mears, and there were a lot of somebody put a wreath in that barn, and the person thought, well, the girls died there and was moved to closer to the creek where everybody was looking at.
It's possible.
Yeah. So it's still kind of not clear enough what's the real truth here on this case. There's a lot of ifs and buts of was the girls in that barn? Nobody knows, but knowing that people saw Richard Allen walking on 300, driving by at the Harvest store, so it's questionable of was the girls ever in that barn hiding, knowing that people were coming and looking for the girls, or did he have an opportunity to move them back over there before he might get a chance to find out? Who knows?
What was it? 2:13, the initial contact on the bridge.
Yes.
And then just a few minutes before 4 p.m., they got him walking near the Mears lot on 300.
Yeah.
We'll call it 4 p.m. That's a lot of time.
Well, yeah, especially. And the question is, where did the one lady saw Richard Allen walking on 300? There's ifs and question on that. Did she saw him when she was leaving the drop-off area? Because at that time, you would have Derek, Tara, and Becky in their vehicles waiting for other people to show up to help look for the girls at that time. So why didn't anybody else saw Richard Allen with bloody clothes and muddy shoes?
From what I understand, let's say, okay, Derek shows up. He's there about 3:11 asking, 3:30 he's searching for the girls. There's a couple under the bridge. By then it's got to be 3:30. So we know that nobody else really showed up until 4:30.
Well, Cheyenne. Everybody remember Cheyenne, okay?
I'm saying people that were looking for the girls.
Yeah, for the girls, yes. but it's obvious there's still a time off on that. So it's hard to say why on that of I'm trying to put an easier way for me to say it. You had all those people be able to saw Richard Allen, especially going to where the Monon High Bridge, if you were able to see through the trees. And people coming from the Monon High Bridge to their cars. There would be a lot of people would have saw Richard Allen on 300 either way. And
maybe she just caught him and then he went and he kind of hid.
Well, there's no place to hide unless the only place he would hide if he went behind the Harvest store.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me pull up a map real quick.
Okay.
I pulled this up the other day. It might help me explain what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, here it is. And Anthony, chime in whenever you want to, buddy.
I will.
All right. Okay, so I'm assuming that he was seen somewhere between here.
Yeah. If the cemetery's right there. Okay, so somewhere in between there and he got close to the Mirrors house.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is this, look. It would have been easy for him. Let's say he gets seen the one time, right? Around here.
Yeah.
He's like, oh shit. But it's really not that off course to just go like this.
He could have done that. He could have took what he could have done. He could have went that way and when he left the cemetery, because if he went that way around the Harvest store, there's no cameras back
like
behind
this.
the Harvest store. And he would cross the railroad tracks there.
Right here. Yeah, he could have come through here. I think there's a fence right here. So he would have had to hop the fence, but I think he could have just gone like this.
Well,
and
no,
then right around.
If you go back to close to the beginning of the railroad track in the road, he would have gone
right
he would have gone. Yeah. So if where the railroad tracks and the roads is, he could have gone through there and to the CPS store. If there was train cars there, he would have popped right in between the opening of the railroad cars. But the one question is to be the Anderson building would have had a camera and would have saw him coming out of that area. So he had a 50-50 chance of either way being caught on 300 or caught on the Anderson building on the other side of the railroad tracks that has a camera.
What about this? What do you think about this, Randy?
Okay.
Instead of him not, let's say he didn't avoid anything, but the camera did catch him, but let's say he was running. And you could barely see him.
Because we know
by.
He would have still got caught on the Harvest store, like he got caught on the Harvest store driving his car.
It's gonna be just like the bridge guy. It's gonna be just like the bridge guy video.
Yeah, that's the.
You're not gonna know who it is. You're not gonna know who it is. It's just a video.
Yeah. So why show it, right? Yeah. So why show it?
Yeah.
It's like it's the guy in the blue jacket.
The worst thing to me, the worst thing that the prosecution could ever do is produce that video, in my eyes, because
it was misleading.
Well,
you know what it was good. Well, let me explain something. The reason it was good was not for us. It was very misleading for us but it was good for somebody who knew this guy. Because if you hear
Yeah.
the voice, then you have this video to compare it to. So let's say you hear this voice and you heard like your 6'11" uncle who used to play for the Celtics in '79.
Yeah.
And then you
Okay.
saw the video. You're like, oh, well, okay, that's not him. You know what I mean? So you had these 2 points of reference to try to, somebody could pinpoint it and they knew it.
Well, see, the mirrors had a camera where the parking area was. So he would have got 2 different areas. The mirrors parking area would had a camera, and then the harvest store.
Yep.
And because they didn't mention in the PCA when we read it, they did not mention the mirrors camera in the PCA. So how good?
Yeah, I think they left a lot out of that.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
they
for
got-
all we know, let's say, for all we know, okay, we have a witness who saw Richard Allen somewhere in here.
between.
She drives by,
Yeah.
and he just walks casually, and yeah, he's caught on here, the camera. They don't really see him very well. He goes back, but what we don't hear in the PCA is that she also saw another man behind him, maybe 10 feet, following him, running in the same direction, also muddy and bloody. Like, why even admit that part?
That's a good question. How come he didn't get seen? Why it was
Because
only
all the other witnesses, because they don't know who he is. They don't know who that person is. So why even mention him?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why would he mention the second person, but everybody's focused on the first person a lot
he was
more
seen.
a lot more than the second person. That would be a good
So now,
question.
so it's almost like they're doing what they were trying to do with Richard Allen early on. Now they're just doing it with the second person. They're slowly working on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're slowly making progress towards him.
Yeah. Well, and that's why the prosecutor said that when we went to the courtroom, that first court for Richard, that's why the prosecutor said there's other actors that's with Richard, but they don't have any identification for the second person. That could be the reason why it's stomping the defense team.
I don't think they ever said there was other actors with Richard, but they did say there was other actors.
Well, we're gonna find out for sure here, because right now they're going through the discovery. So when the defense comes out with their next move or whatever we find out the next play is, that'll really determine on what they've seen. But before you guys answer that, I'm gonna continue playing these videos. You guys hang out. Chime in at any point, okay?
All right.
Yep.
And we all loved her. Through their heartache, the grieving family of murdered Delphi teen Abby Williams is hoping to help others. Abby Williams and Libby German were found dead more than 2 months ago. As investigators search for their killer, some of Abby's family members in West Michigan are taking action. They're holding a community memorial luncheon Sunday in Stanton, Michigan. It's where the Williams family is from and where Abby's grandfather, Cliff Williams, still lives. Her great aunt says 13-year-old Abby had a close relationship with her grandpa, and he'd do anything for her.
She said, well, Grandpa, I signed up to play and I need some money. I don't have any. So Cliff took the day off from work and went down to Delphi, took her shopping.
Donations from that Michigan luncheon will go toward a scholarship fund in Abby's name to send a local student to the American Legion Boys and Girls State Program. If you have any information on the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German, call the number on your screen. It's 844-459-5786. A reward of more than $230,000 will be given for any information that leads to an arrest.
It's more than that now.
People that come through here, you know, who may be not necessarily losing hope, but it gets difficult after so many months.
It's true. This has obviously, Paris, been something that this county's we've never had this before. And so, you know, for me, my biggest thing is my faith in God. I have a strong faith. And so I also have faith in the investigators we have on board. You know, who would have thought that we would have, you know, local all the way up to federal involved with this situation, because this is small town USA. And so for us to have the best of the best, as I've been putting it, on board, that's where I tell folks, you know, that's our drive, that's our focus. And we also get feedback from other outside law enforcement agencies that maybe aren't directly connected, but from what they see of what we're doing here, they give us feedback and say.
Randy, what's your opinion of Tope?
Well, my opinion at the beginning of this case, Tope never had much to say on this case for a while. He's kind of like a quiet person, and it seems like he just let the other agencies that's helping on this case let them do it. He just sits back and let his detectives do the jobs.
Have you ever met Tony Leggett?
No, I did.
Anthony, what are you up to over there?
Not much. Just listening.
You guys are on the right track. You know, your investigators are doing a fantastic job, and you're on the right track, and you will get this resolved. For the community, you know, the outpouring of support is just, some days I can't put words to it. It's just, I thank the community for every individual that's, you know, either offered food or even words of encouragement. Those simple things sometimes are some of the best attributes we get from our community. And so I think the community, obviously, I feel like has.
I want to come back to this part.
And so I think the community, obviously, I feel like has faith in us. You know, there are the naysayers out there, and that I feel like has. So I think some encouragement. Those simple things sometimes are some of the best attributes. Thank the community for every individual that's, you know, either offered food or.
What is it about food?
I don't know. I know there's a lot, of course, there's, I think there's a lot of things that the family does for Delphi. I think that's what he's probably.
I mean, I think it would be nice. I mean, I've worked blue collar, you know. I know, you know, getting tips, getting food, free food.
Yeah.
But to me, I equate that with money problems.
Well, I know at the beginning when they're raising a lot of different food vendors were help raising money for the reward money, and that was part of, I think, coming together the town of Delphi to raise enough money to sell food for.
I thought he was referring to, like, he would go into a restaurant and they'd be like, "Oh, well, it's on the house."
Yeah.
I don't know. That's.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but
No.
for him to,
No,
but
there's
for
not.
him, but for that to stand out to him, to me, it seems like a financial thing.
That's the most. Why is that the most important thing?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably nothing. I mean, like I said, this is nothing. This is new to him.
No, it's
him being
not.
in the cameras, but I'm just saying it stands out to me. And if we're gonna break it down, in hindsight is 2020. I'm just saying.
Well, if he goes to these different restaurants and they give him meals for free because of this case, then that's probably what these people did in Delphi. Appreciate what he's doing, trying to solve this case, but I don't know.
Well, he's the sheriff. It's his job.
Yeah,
it's his job to do that, man. So, you know, I get it. You know, you don't appreciate everybody and whatnot.
Yeah,
but man, it's his job to solve this case.
Well,
he's not doing it.
At the beginning of the interview, he says it's like he's seeking sympathy from everybody. Like, be patient with us. We've never seen anything like this. It's like, okay, well then step aside and let somebody who has get in there. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't. But what do I know?
Yeah, but it's almost like they don't want. It's almost like they don't want the help. Salute. It's almost like they don't want the help, though. They don't want all those people.
Maybe they
in there.
thought that they could do it, but they just couldn't do it. You know.
Well, there was a lot of outside law enforcement's calling Toby, hey, do you need help? We can help you. But they just refuse to help. They want no outside
because they're hiding something. Something's going on there. Man, I hate to say this, and I don't like saying it, but something's going on.
It does give me chills when people say that shit.
Dude,
like, I don't want any part of that. I don't want any part of that.
You don't want no part of it. I know it. I know it.
Not yet, because I don't have any proof. But when I hear people say it, I get chills.
You hate it when I say it. I know you do.
It's like Christians are wicked people who hear God, the name God.
Man.
You know,
I'm not mentioning any. I'm not mentioning no names, no nothing. Something's going on.
Well, it's like
you know it.
Well, it's like the DNA. Okay, they didn't want outside DNA help because the girl used the DNA up in Gary, was it Fort Wayne area for that little girl to find the last who was murdered, killed 30 years. And the killer was there, and they used DNA, but they didn't want to use outside DNA. They didn't want to use DNA. It's like, what's wrong with using the DNA to solve this case faster? But they didn't want to.
All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Man, I'm just telling you.
Even words of encouragement.
You can talk over this if you want to.
Some of the best attributes we get from our community. And so I think the community, obviously, I feel like has faith in us.
What's up, Hunting Evil?
You know, there are the naysayers out there, and that happens in every community. But I feel just as confident as we did from day one. And I know this has been a long time.
What's that, guys?
I said I'm one of the naysayers.
And I've commented the last couple of days to different folks in the community that I'm not real sure, even as sheriff of this county, if we really know how to react or how to respond, because again, we've never had this. And so
that doesn't give me confidence right there.
Well, since Toby, like Toby's just said, they did have 2 people murdered a long time ago. It was on Becky's side of the family. Her grandparents was murdered.
Yeah, I remember that.
And with Toby being in charge, he's never handled a double homicide murder. It's like,
but he says he's like, kind of like as a collective, we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, well, you got all these detectives in this whole small county, Carroll County area. They don't have enough people to have never done these type of murders like Lafayette, Chicago, type deal. They never had all they had is like dealing with drugs.
Why
And
does it seem like they were trying to hide Richard Allen? Why does it seem like maybe they weren't trying to hide him specifically, but maybe somebody that they were trying to hide like hired him or something or like recruited him, and they knew that now that he's caught, that the person that they're really trying to hide is tied to him.
Yeah.
Why does this seem like that?
I don't know. Well, it's still.
I know that's far fetched and it sounds ridiculous, but it really looks that way.
Well, like the DNR confirmation officer, he didn't do his job.
Not only that, but he handed that information over to an FBI, not an FBI agent or an investigator, but somebody who was employed, I don't know, maybe temporarily or maybe as an intern or something like that. But they were hired by the FBI to receive this information and follow a specific curriculum, I guess, a chain of events. Like when you get this information, you do this, and that way we can grab it. So why was it all messed up?
Well, if at that time we know that the law enforcement was asking, hey, look, we're looking for this person who's on the bridge, and here's Rich Allen going to a different officer, but the officer knew, hey, I need to take you to the police station where they're doing interviews. Why didn't he do that?
And he had a peace of mind to say, okay, this guy told me about the 3 girls that he's seen.
Yeah.
So he thought that was important. Like, okay, there was 3 young juveniles that he saw on the bridge. So why was it that he took note of that?
I don't know. That's the strange part. Was he looking for a certain girl?
Was that to make sure to cover that part of the story, which he ended up doing later on?
I think that if he remembered that, I think he covering, like you said, covering his tracks. But what gets me when in the PCA, when he says, well, he was looking at his stock ticker. Why would you look at your stock?
It's a half truth. It's a money related problem. We all know murders happen during a bankruptcy, a divorce, something like that. So if he was stressing about money, so I think anybody that is closely related to this, if they're stressing about money, I think that, man, that could be the motivation. Somebody could have put it, and I think that could tie into the whole Vegas stuff. What do you think? Is that too crazy?
No, I don't think it's too crazy. But the other question is, you have Richard Allen had 3 different properties. One of was his wife's property down in Indianapolis. Was he stressing that much out of the properties that he owned, of taxes, or what? Trying to
did he invest in something and it didn't do so well?
Probably.
Maybe it did the opposite. Maybe he lost a shit ton of money.
Yeah. He probably put it on the wrong type of stocks, whatever it was. But yeah, it's like, but going out there, remember, I saw 3 girls. Who else did he see? He had to see more other people out there at that time.
If he crossed the bridge and didn't come back, then he wouldn't have saw the girls.
Yeah, he would, if he thought leaving his car at the CPS building, and he walked across south in the bridge and went home, that would make sense. But he didn't say he went home at all. He just
he says he went back to a bench and kind of sat there and hung out.
Yeah,
and then he went home.
Yep.
Yeah. So how the hell did you not see the girls when they came to the bridge?
Yeah, especially if the girls were dropped off, he would have saw the girls being dropped off. And
how is the video? Where's that video coming from?
Yeah, the video of a guy in a blue jacket and blue jeans exactly
Same
at the
stuff he
same
was
time
wearing.
of him admitting to wearing a blue jacket and blue jeans and being
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
boat. How do you explain that? Let's just
Yeah,
start
Yeah.
there.
and that's a good question. Like, where did you not? I'm like, how could you not see Libby and Abby? He would known that Libby had the phone.
Well, we know he's not going to admit to that.
Yeah.
So we don't even need to talk about that part. He's not going to admit to that. But why? He's the guy caught on the video.
Mhm.
I mean, what else is there to discuss? We already saw there's a witness, right? Who saw you on the bridge, right? You're on the bridge. You're not near the bridge, you're on the bridge. You're like out there already. Okay? And then this witness walks around, and then on her way, she's getting ready to leave. And here comes the victims. Okay.
Yeah.
And this witness passes the victims, knowing that just behind her is the guy in the blue jacket, in the blue jeans, who was on a bridge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's over for this guy. How do he has to explain that.
Yep. His defense has to explain that.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there's gonna be a domino, and there's gonna be one more. And remember, I told you,
Oh, he's gonna plead guilty. There's no way, man.
He'll plead guilty to accessory to murder, and then this other scumbag who he rolls on will be the one, and we may see a death penalty case come to fruition in Indiana. Wouldn't that be amazing? In this case,
Yeah, this would be, I think, for a long time we had a death penalty here in Indiana.
If anybody ever deserved it, man.
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
This son of a gun. Hey, Frank.
I just don't know how you explain how you were there. I mean,
It
I
was
just don't
part of
get
a conspiracy. You got Keegan Kline. I mean, they only started really plotting on Libby February 2nd. Yeah, February 2nd, February 3rd, and then he deleted his phone from February 10th all the way to the 16th. So they plotted from the 2nd, and then they implemented the plan sometime after the 10th.
So you think Keegan Kline's involved?
Oh yeah, big time.
But
I think he was used as a tool. They said we need to set a trap for these people.
I don't think he was using no tool.
We're going to use Keegan Kline as our catfish. He's going to lure these girls. He's going to get us in contact with them. He's going to hook them, like he's going to get their attention. He's going to get them completely enamored into the profile. And once he does that, we'll take it over from there.
Man, that's a lot.
It's a lot when you until we realize what this motivation is. This is not a normal case. Why does Doug Carter call it complex, tentacles, biggest pedal ring? It's not a lot. I don't think it is a lot. I think it's trying to put it all together, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think it's a lot either. I'm just saying what you said. I think that's a lot.
It is a lot, but I think it's like the case
man, you could be right.
I think the case entails a lot.
Well, like Carter said, there's still that one piece he's still looking for out there.
Yeah,
it's that son of a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wherever he is, this other person that's involved.
Yeah.
Wherever he is.
I think I'm gonna tell you, man. People's gonna hate on me for this, but I think KK was around there. I mean, man, he put himself there. Damn near tried to. In that police interrogation. What if I was there and I didn't do anything?
Well, since we're kind of running out of time anyway, and we only have a few. All I have left is Holman's videos, and I don't know if we're going to get to that. We can skip right to this since I have you guys both here.
Okay.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just 6 pages.
Okay.
Okay. This is K. Klein's interview transcript. This is the investigators asking him. I don't again. It goes back to I don't remember thing. Kagan says, I don't ever. The guy at the gas station. But I think you were saying, no, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And so if you don't remember it, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And I'm not saying that you did it, but we need to know why it happened. Yeah. And the only person, yeah, you do. The only person right now that you're telling me had access to the Anthony Shots account was you. And the only person that used your phone for the Anthony Shots account was you. Keegan Klein says, yeah. So that doesn't mean I killed two people. Why would he say that?
That's a good question. To me, I think he's kind of like playing two sides to his story here. Like he doesn't remember.
It's the same reason why he tried to put himself there. Say, well, what if I was there, but I didn't really do anything, but somebody killed somebody? He didn't say that, but pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that I know what happened and I was part of it, but I didn't like plan it or I didn't know it was going to happen. Here, let me continue. I didn't say that, but you did sure tell her then that you were supposed to meet her and that she didn't show up though, because that's evidence. That's true fact evidence. Okay, so let's just focus on that one minute detail, that conversation that happened, that went back and forth again, and I'll refresh your mind. Where the girl contacted Anthony Shots and said, did you hear what happened at Liberty? And Anthony Shots responded, OMG, what happened? And then she goes and tells him what happened. And Anthony Shots says, well, I was supposed to meet that girl and she never showed up. So let's focus on that one conversation of evidence we know is true, and it doesn't matter if we remember or not.
Yep.
How do you explain that?
Yep.
Can't get around that.
You don't.
No, especially if he was there and he would have saw those girls. If he was there, he would have saw Richard Allen. Now, how could you not, kind of like Richard Allen, how can you not?
He wasn't there. He wasn't there, but he also knows that
he doesn't have to be there, man. He don't have to be there. He could be waiting outside
no,
of
it's
the
not
premises.
that. He has access to the account. So he doesn't have to be there to know that Richard Allen was using the account to talk to the girls while they were there. So he doesn't have to be there to know that Richard Allen was most definitely there. Or somebody else that was with Richard Allen was using that account. It doesn't have to be Keegan Klein that was there using the account. Anybody could use that account. We know at 8 a.m. he logged in and logged out. So somebody took a phone. And he was over there doing nasty shit over there somewhere far away from the crime. Well, at least his phone was.
Yeah.
So whoever this other person was, that law
Man,
enforcement
he was
swears
prepping
up.
these girls.
Yeah, this other person is somebody that's able to stay undercover, not expose themselves. And maybe Keegan Klein might not even know who he is. And this person might have recruited maybe even a Richard Allen.
No way, man.
Well, the other part is, and I was reading these questions, that his girlfriend knew all the passwords to his accounts.
Whose girlfriend?
Keegan's girlfriend.
He didn't have no girlfriends. That's why he was online trying to get little girls.
Well, after he did. Here, let me continue with this, and we'll let's see. Here comes the investigator saying that. That's right. I need to know. Keegan Klein says, no, I'm saying I probably said that, but that's what I'm saying is I would never go meet someone. The girlfriend I have now, I wouldn't even meet because I was like so nervous because of all the stuff that happened. Just like so, and then investigator says, so then did you give the information to somebody else? I mean, was there some sort of, and I can see this happening. I mean, I can see you making a statement of, oh man, this girl wants to meet. She's going to the High Bridge. today, and then whoever you told that to went to the High Bridge that day. And Kagan says, about stuff like that, I would never talk to somebody about girls I talked to or nothing. That's not what I would do.
Yeah, so it tells you right there that he wasn't like trying to lure Richard Allen
Someone
into
else. It's almost like whoever logged in and logged out was with Richard Allen and maybe committed these crimes and was used and talking on that profile.
Yeah, could be.
So it seems like. Let me continue. Actually, let me go back and read this last part here. Okay, even before that, we have witness statements that Liberty was looking at meeting Anthony Schatz. So again, that's another piece where we're making this even bigger. Now, in looking at this, now we have multiple people saying that. Why would Anthony Schatz do that? And when they say multiple people, they're talking about the ski mask incident and Kelsey. So you got the ski mask incident where they reported Anthony Schatz was asking for an address and then showed up. Then a guy showed up in a ski mask, and then they're also referencing another point where Kelsey was at the police station and she was reaching out to everybody on social media and spoke to this person, and they said, "Oh no, we don't know anything about it." So she didn't think anything of it.
Yeah. Yeah, who went there, man? Who is this ski mask guy?
Yeah, who went to cover it up? Who was with Richard Allen?
Was it Richard Allen or was it KK?
I think somebody was with Richard Allen. I think I think Richard Allen was recruited. And he just happened to get caught on camera.
Well, he did, since Richard Allen did work for CBS in Peru. So who might have known them over there when he was working in Peru back in 2006?
He might be somebody's really close friend. Whoever he went with could have been a real good friend of his back in the day and knows that he's a cold-blooded son of a bitch, something we don't know of, maybe his family don't know of, was recruited.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why aren't any of these guys that like went to school with him? People are like, well, people came forward. Not really. People that work with him at CBS, and those people don't know him. I'm talking about people that really know the guy. You know, people that grew up with him, hung out with him when he was like 21 and 22 and 18. I mean, you remember those guys, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, not to mention all the people he went to high school with.
Yeah, where the hell are all these guys is not coming out saying, hey, man, I knew this dude. He was a fucking weirdo. Even though he's not, I'm just saying.
Well, maybe they didn't have anything good to say.
Well, they're going to come out and say something. I would have to hope.
All right, I'm going to continue on real quick. So investigators say, okay, but as law enforcement officer investigating, Keegan says, right, a murder at a gas station, just because the person that you have on video and you have the evidence that did it says, well, I don't know. Can you leave it at that? Keegan says, you have to get evidence in a court of law. You have a video. Yeah, is his face showing in that video and everything? Isn't that a weird thing to say? And he says, well, then take him to court. What do you mean? Right. So it's almost like law enforcement's like, we don't have his face. So we have to clear it up. Just because someone says they don't remember doesn't mean they didn't do it. That's the point I'm trying to make, okay? I get what you're saying. Yes, I totally understand because we know for a fact that Anthony Schatz said those things. Kagan says, right. And that's why it needs cleared up. Kagan again says, right. But not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Unreal. Man, once you show that video you did, I'll keep talking about it. But I think it's real significant where you acted like Keegan Klein and the detective at the same time.
Yeah, that was a good one. But actually, we're
I
going to
think
get
that
out of
was-
here. Randy, you got anything to add before we jump out of here?
No, not really.
Thanks for joining today's stream, man.
No problem. No problem.
I appreciate that. Any final words, Anthony, before we jump out?
I just appreciate you having me on. Hey,
Yeah,
man, Randy.
It's been a real pleasure.
All right, good night, Anthony.
I just wanted to say, man, I appreciate everything you do. And you got the best content on YouTube, in my eyes.
Cool.
All you guys, man, you guys do good work. There's a lot of weirdos out there. But yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Anthony. Again, I'm sure I'll have you again real soon.
Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
All right, bye, everyone.
Later, Randy. Thank you again so much for joining. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. We'll hang out in the chat for another about 3 minutes. Good one, Danita. Yep. It was Musk. Nice. Good timing on that. Lisa, personally, I think KK desperate for two-played love and was a wingman. Thanks, Glitter. Shout out to the dog lover, Randy Gravitt, and Anthony. Thank you so much, guys. That was awesome. Hey, Lipsha. Good to see you. Hey, Pope. Good night, Karen. Hey, Jesse. It's hard to say. Most likely Monday. Might do a insomnia crew sometime over the weekend. I don't know. Yeah, jump on anytime, Jesse.